This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the rsc European channel. It is Championship Sunday. It's the finale of the season, and what a time to be around the Master Tier to be concluded. It's who will, of course, lift that trophy. But joining us, of course, is myself and Dovromas. How are you doing, first of all?
Well, it's a lovely Sunday, and what better way to wrap up your weekend with some Master Playoff action. Yesterday, we saw the Elite tier go all the way to a bracket reset, and DeathCloud taking that one comfortably as well. Now, tonight might be a different story. It might be a clean start for one team just to run straight through the bracket, but who's to know for today. But talking about the bracket, here it is. Berserkers and Bean to start things off in the upper semis, as well as Yuki and Prime live on this broadcast. Virtus versus Galaxy in the lower round 1, and Tempest versus Kazugo in the lower round 1 as well. Both of them best of 5, so the lower quarters, which were a best of 5, all the way through the lower semis, the upper final and lower final being best of 7, as well as the grand finals being a best of 7. Now, this format's quite nice, because once you lose in the uppers, you kind of get punished by playing shorter games, but that can favour other teams, can't it, Danny?
It certainly can. It's a nice rhythm to get into, especially if you do find winning ways. We did see that yesterday with Deathcloud, funnily enough, doing that entire bracket run, started from the uppers, lost the Berserkers, and then repeated that feat twice yesterday, of course. And Ray's our fantastic producer, sadly, in our backgrounds here. Had the misfortune or delight, depending on which way you want to say it, after 8 hours, and you sort of go, I finally want to get off here. As the social media manager over here, might be a tad bit cruel, but we understand everything that somewhat goes on here. It's almost tradition, almost dating back from Sauce when he had, I think, 5 in 2 consecutive seasons back to back here. But the competition does not want to disappoint here. But those 2 bottom games are happening in the Discord through the game admins. You can watch them, of course, with the rest of the community, or on the B channel as well from the upper game. That's Beatwing Sheet and Tessa doing that particular stream, as I believe Master is producing over there. But the Romus, we might as well look towards our series and how everything is shaping up this evening here, and does our fellow predictors matching with the rest of the results should be.
I mean, I like Stingray over Nexus here to take it. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see for this game to pan out. But again, predictions can be quite wild. Deathcloud were an anomaly yesterday. Could they very well be an anomaly today? They're starting right at the bottom and working their way throughout. It might be one to watch as you continue looking through. Dexterity as well. But, Team Serene on Friday not getting the best of starts in that play-in. So definitely a sleeper team to look out for as well. But the predictions all around quite scrambled. You've got one clear outliner though for the winner. I can't remember the organisation. That's really bad on me.
SCR.
Thank you very much. SCR looking to be the ones to take it by most of our talent predictions. Now, will that be the case? We just have to wait and see. There's plenty of games, plenty of action tonight, and this one could be another long day. And I do pray for raids, because if this does end up being another 6-7 hour long session, it's going to be quite painful. But here we are then, the team stats for this opening matchup. First versus third, Danny.
Certainly is, and as everybody knows that I love the number side of it, I ain't going to try to do this for the second day running. Numbers pretty much even as you do expect here. You would suggest here that Prime arguably been favourites by many moving into this sort of situation. We actually saw that series ourselves here to Romans against Serene, and Serene did play okay at some points. It's just the problem is Prime played so much better.
Yeah, Prime were definitely in their prime, shall we say, for that series. But it's whether or not they can step up now tonight to get a decent result against the top seed and the favoured predictors then, shall we say. Yuki looking very much on form, and they haven't really dropped too many. Okay, 12 losses in the season, but still coming out on top through the majority. And of course, Rapidza is a name that I know is very well inclined to perform on these types of days. But Cal on the opposite side looking to be an interest as well.
Well, I'm just going to be, and it's probably the very few times I'll mention this because Serene's on the essentially the non-stream matches. Senna Rapids former Kieran's teammates as well, going further than he has, which is going to be a tad bit hurtful if the man doesn't go any further, seeing success elsewhere. Chris, I believe, became his future RLCS teammate here at Raids, or it's not Raids. That's twice I got his name wrong with the wrong person here. My apologies, Raids. Congratulations becoming in the Master tier. I've just promoted you randomly. But you know what? It should be interesting to see how things go here.
It should be indeed, and like I said, like Crisps and Rapids when they link up, very, very strong. And if they, you could see this quite a bit tonight. Throughout the upper tier, I feel like Yuki will have an edge on Prime here, but again, Prime have done quite well to get the result against Serene the other day. So in terms of predictions, Danny, I know you like a wild prediction. I'm going to go with a 4-2 to Yuki here. A nice, safe prediction. And I'm not sure what you want to go for.
If I was going serious, I would go with Yuki, probably along the lines of a 4-3. No disrespect to Prime, I think it could go either side of it. I will sit here and say I'm not going to name the player because, one, I don't know it just quite yet here, but I have been distracted. But he has done a fantastic job making his bed, by the way. We can say it, I know stream can't at the moment, but I was just like give credit where it's due there. But, you know, I'm not going to muck around. I'll go with Yuki as well. Prime should come in here, but everybody's been talking about the sort of Chrome lineup as a threat through the season and how they can be done here. A lot of people have spoken quite highly about them. They are the favourites this evening here.
Yeah, take a look at that. I'm taking a look at that player camera. That bed is immaculate. What on earth? But it puts mine to shame. I need to.
Just for the record, by the way, on Listering's broadcast, you will see it was a lot more better. I pointed that out to him. Now, there was usually another caster back in the day, give or take. I had to tail that off, and we've done a top-end broadcast. I think it was worth 5k of an event, by the way, and got told off because his bed wasn't clean. It's amazing what gets picked up, by the way, but we're talking about this here, and it's meant to be the Masters Tier playoffs. It's going to... For anybody's at home here, the commentary will get a lot more serious. We can guarantee you on that regards here because, well, I'm not going to be any further other than the second series. Likewise with the Romas as well. Unfortunately for us, but we can guarantee top-end commentary will produce here. But the Romas should be an interesting one.
Yeah, absolutely. And Raids, Danny predicted a 4-3, so get that on the screen right now. Otherwise, you will get a crisp backhand from myself. But we are waiting for another team, so we do have a bit of yap time, shall we say. And I'm looking forward to this one. I'm feeling eager to get into this one because Rapids are... I mean, I've known Rapids for a good couple of years now, and I know how well they can perform. And talking about the teams arriving, it looks like Prime has finally got into the lobby, so we shall head into this best-of-7 opening series.
Well, it should be interesting to see how this one goes, but it's a question of what can be produced in, shall we say, the battle of the favourites already here. A lot of people might be sitting here talking about the mechanics. Some may be sitting hard clean is the room, but it is the mechanical skill level who will dust each other one in this best-of-7 in the uppers.
Well, we get things underway then. Loans versus Crisps on the kickoff, and Rapsa already gets a bump immediately. And that's Woozy has an opportunity against Cal, but Cal gets a clear off that backboard. Crisps now trying to open up some early space, some early pressure to be applied to this Prime side. And I feel like we could see this a lot from this Yuki side, just keeping that ball in the final third, get the opportunities nice and early, and settle down into the series well.
Well, Cal wraps one touch as well too, and I remember last season cast him in the Elite Final that he felt a wee bit undone by his gym workout, wasn't quite given the gains as it was, and well, the man has been still working out. We can see that by on the cam, so fair play to you for sticking it for the last 6 months here. But how good is the Rocket League? That's going to be a major question. Went as far as, I think, round 3 in the lowers minimum in the RLCS. Is that one? Could have been an awkward touch here. Now Rapids once again on the touch and turn. Continued as Cal reverses here, and that's an awkward position to be defensively here.
Was indeed, and Woozy will get a tap inside. Crisp's not going to get to that one. It's cleared deep into the blue half of Rapids. Managed to pick that up in the midfield. We're going to continue. A pass inside potentially. No one to follow on to it, so Cal booming that one back down the other way, and it'll fall to Jax, who has the pristine bed, by the way. It's Jax that has that very neatly bed made, but can they get some very neat shots taken here in this series?
Well, do you know what here? I mean, now the professions that we do have ourselves here, Jerome has put you rightly to shame this evening.
He has indeed. Right now, things are still level, and Rapids up. Trying to get an opportunity, but Woozy has a chance. 100 boost to work with. Wastes about 40 of it. Just getting to that ball alone. It's a great pass inside, though. And Rapids tucks it away. 1-0. I said to look out for this guy. And shown up already here in game number 1.
Well, here we have it. The man that has previous trophy capabilities. He has done it on championship stays of ye old days as well. Well, not as the ye old here, he's not that old, but he will be certainly feeling in this side of the lobby that he will not be as pushed around as comfortable as maybe he once was, maybe 2-3 years ago, but he was always that player, mechanically that impressive. I mean, you had to go back, was it Change Fish? And I'm trying to remember their fourth in that particular lineup that was 5-6 seasons ago, and I was talking to Bale about a history of RSC, and it was amazing how many things I've forgotten over the years to be suddenly remembering of. It's odd saying how many seasons just flash back when you get asked a bunch of questions.
I mean, there's plenty of experience on this pitch, right?
Oh, far too much, yeah.
Like, these guys have been in and around the scene for quite some time, and it does make for some entertaining Rocket League when you know the 6 people on the pitch. You can kind of read it at a different level here. Right now, it looks like Yuki has Prime's number. The ball just lurking in the corner there as Rapster tries to break it free. Jax has an opportunity to get it clear, but decided better of it. Could have been punished there on that back line, but Loans, calm and collected, does pick that one up.
Nice little touch by Cal. No flip reset. He's just trying to force the 50, and it's now continue. That's wonderful.
Yeah, very solid stuff here. Good initial touch on that demo by Loans, opening up the space and just go to the gym, says Cal to Crisps. It is a perfect 50, 1-1 here with a minute 49 left to go. There's been a lot of midfield action, but when there's been an opportunity in front of the net, both teams have decided to take that opportunity. Not many shots on the scoreboard here, Danny.
No, and do you know what? It's full credit here to all 6 players. And it's not very often that they do that either, especially for the opening match, as you rightly know, Jerome. Both of them know the temperament, both of them know what's on stakes. They know it's, when to push for it, when to accelerate, when to essentially take your foot off the brake here and just give yourself that half a second of respite here. It's already shown in game 1 as Jackson field pass, and that's a good save to tip it away there. Yeah,
great touch by Woozy there, and Rapids has an opportunity towards the back, tries to get a tip over Loans, but Loans says no. Jax has controlled touch, gets a beat on 1, and looks to carry it forward, but Crisps with a quick intercept. We're going to play 50 again here, just to repay the favor on Cal, but not much to that one. Rapids over the pass inside. Woozy was waiting for the opportunity. Cal gets a late hit on the ball, and Jax with a demo towards Woozy there, looking for more of a ball hit than the car itself.
Chris dancing, turning. Boom's not having any of it. We're heading right to that 30 seconds, and if there is a deadly blow on target here, it will be costly. That's a question on who wants to push it this late at the stage here, or willing to go the OT. I presume subconsciously that's where sides would be happy, and Rapids will be certainly hoping we go to that point here, because it's low boost on all 3 of the players there, and frankly they got away with 1.
Yeah, first missed opportunity of the game there. Jack shoots that one wide. Rapids just knock this one forward. Loans gets bumped in the air. Woozy left awkward in the corner. This could be an opportunity late on, and it's just flown by. Whizzes past Cal there. And it's 1-1. We head into overtime in game number 1.
Do you know what? This is what you want. Back and forth. Nicely poised, not too far in the balance. And it's a mistake on the defensive post as well.
Talk about a blunder in the early stages of overtime. Loans left in the wrong position at the wrong time, just flies straight past, and Chris will tuck that one away. Thank you very much. Get a munch on that one. Yuki 2-1 in game number 1. We'll take that. We'll take that quite nicely. 7 shots to 2 in the stats.
Just like that player, and it's going to be a fair amount of probably talking here by at least one of the sides, you would imagine here, but based on the initial camera there, it looks like it's Yuki doing the fair amount of talking. By the looks of it, not happy to some degree what they've seen on the pitch here, and yet they're the one that's on the upper things here. May be wrong here, but you can only somewhat interpret what you can visually see, not unfortunately here.
Yeah, it's... I can't really say it's been an all Yuki-sided game 1. Even though the field domination said 62%, Prime are doing well to just hold their own and fend off the the offense of Yuki. Like, there wasn't too much threat there until that overtime goal, obviously. But Prime, they've done well. They've kept it sharp. Everything was poised. We managed to get a game 1 overtime. We head to Forbidden Temple. And will it be the same story, or will we see a few cracks start to form here as pressure starts rising on Prime?
How are you responding game 2? That's going to be the mighty sort of heave-ho of it. So we've been looking at this sort of series and wondering what is going to occur off it. And I know plenty of eyes at the Master Tier is sitting, hoping and seeing where it's going to end up. It's a loose ball, to say the least, and Woozy just getting right through it. Jack's here, mind you. Awkward enough here, but Wombs covering the near side post, not getting snooked through the back door or a low shot either. So both sides, once again, using almost like a bowling alley safety rails here on that left side of the wall so far.
Yeah, indeed. That's an opportunity to Crisps now towards the backboard. Will there be a follow? Not quite. A bit reserved is that third player on Yuki, but again, if you could just play your game, take the opportunities when they come, then there shouldn't be too much of an issue for Yuki here. Jack's getting harassed on that back line. Will manage to get a touch? No, not quite. So it's left for Loans here to carry it downfield, but Crisps gets solid 50 to land in the middle. Rapids are there quick to that one, and Crisps again has a bit of boost to work with, but Jack's with a quick intercept to negate any form of attack.
Cal, right side pop, surely. Hasn't happened yet, and it should be Crisp here. He's rotated into position. Raids will be, Rapids. I told you that was going to happen at least once this evening, and there it was. But it was a misfire. Likewise with the player there mechanically does not recuperate the original play here. But what has at least transpired here, the ground game has disappeared. The aerial battle's moved up here, and Prime still firing a few shots at their opposition, but it's Yuki, mind you, overall here's got the better of the, shall we say, action of the ball.
That was a good touch by Rapids. Wasn't really capitalized too much by Woozy there in the midfield, but Cal will have an opportunity. Full tanker boost, flip reset active, tries to get a beat on Crisp, does find it, but Rapids are back in time to get that save. It falls to Loans, lack of boost to work with, pops it up high. Rapids gets the beat, and the net's wide open. 1-0 to Yuki.
And there it is, a death stare by the man who's just thumped that one in. I don't know if you can count it, he's a defending champion, but on the wrong tier. He's moved right on up here. And he's certainly enjoying his gameplay right now. 1 to the better. He's got a save to his name. Might need a second one. But it is, unfortunately, Prime was on the pressure originally from kickoff. Cal's up, and they're not having the same fun as we saw on Friday evening, though.
No, absolutely not. The pressure's raised quite a bit now as they're 1-0 down in game 2. Looking to try and push this ball forward as Loans has an opportunity. Gets a tip past 2 players there. Crisps has to stall it, play time. Cal to the backboard. It's a follow by Jack. Misses out on it. Loans, though, will find the bottom left corner with a perfect slot. And where was the defense of Yuki there?
It's very much a good question. Nobody on the back wall covering. 2 lanes of defence here. One went for a boost and the other one essentially gone by. Just like that there. It's amazing how one slight mistake here, a misaccuracy on the rotation, suddenly gets easily punished as that. Half a game gone by. 2 goals evenly spread across the board here, and Cal gets almost essentially buttered right across the field there. Unfortunately, will not be enjoying that one.
There's much more time to work with for both sides here as Prime looks to get something to happen, but that's a brilliant demo by Crisps to get that space, to get the touch on the ball that they so desperately needed. A certain goal otherwise, but Jack will send this back towards the backboard. Rapids was waiting for it though, and Crisps will get a flick on one. Loans has to play this to their own backboard, and it's back and forth here. The ball lingering in the 6-yard box, but no one really wanted to fully commit to it.
Well, I might as well just mention the B stream actually has got underway. They're actually about a few minutes delayed compared to us on the A stream here. And it's only 1 goal to Berserks, and it's Miracle. I mean, I don't know if they're actually playing with a sub there, but I don't recognize the player outright here. But Beans, Alanister verified the standard lineup has came out from them. So essentially your top 4 this evening is on full strength, and very few goals across the top end of the spectrum of Master as that shot goes slightly too wide. Cal to resurface the play, of course. Jacks to continue, soft touch into a second one, but this is only a recycle of the play.
Yeah, while you were talking about that B stream, there was a bit of a defensive error from Yuki there, a triple commit, a lack of resource to work with as well. They managed to gather that resource and push forward. That boost will spawn nicely for Crisps to take this one, but Loans again applying that pressure. Cal couldn't get the read, but Jack certainly will, and that is not the touch you want to be seeing there.
You don't want to have any kind of the ugliness up the game. If you are going to have it, do it in the early stages off the best of 7. You do not want that habit creeping in at the business end of things. 30 seconds is approaching. Once again, similar. How game 1 went, it was still a 2-1, required the OT. To even grab things as Wombs, low push, waits for it, delays. This is not ideal. Chris with a free shot, and it will slip past the defender.
Really awkward bounce off that backboard, but still should be read by Loans here. Just jumps a bit too early, and Crisps will rifle that with the top left. Nothing Cal could really do there. 120 kph on the shot speed, so plenty of power on it. Very difficult to save, but again, Yuki have the advantage, and Prime again trailing here. So Loans has to make something happen. A pass inside to Cal, and the shot not direct enough.
Just puts you in the caliber of what Yuki is able to do, and quite a few of the talent sat there and said this is the side that's favourite to go and win it. Prime, they're not playing badly, they're just being outdone by a marginal sort of difference, 1-2%, and it's just enough here to sneak games out here. What is certainly interesting, we've seen plenty over the years here where there's a side that either blows everybody out of the water or it's a side that just doesn't belong. And at the moment here, it's a case of both of these two juggernauts of sides here going toe-to-toe.
It's been quite a good game, quite a good series so far, and Prime, I feel like a timeout would have been called. They haven't called it. It's okay. It's 2-0 in the series. I mean, now would be a perfect time to call it. We discuss timeouts all the time, don't we, Danny? About like when to call them. I feel like now would be a good time because you kind of need that edge to take it over. Because right now it's not ticking well enough in your direction. Yuki, they have Prime under lock. They can play the long game. They can play the endurance game. They can defend the endurance game as well. We saw them triple commit, left a bit awkward, but they still managed to get that ball out somehow. So, game 3, DFH Stadium. And it's a similar question to Prime. Can you get this ball upfield, and can you get it in the back of the net? Not many shots being registered for them.
Well, that's going to be the odd bit off it, and just the update here, the B stream game, at least we can give you that one. 3-2 over there, still in the opening game. They're having a sort of a Western style sort of gun shoot off between the two, and both of them are all hitting their shots when it really does count here. Where this one is it's almost like a snooker table. Who can put the ball essentially behind us, essentially one of the yellow or brown balls, and trying to get that long red in before they can get the colour initiated before their break here. And Jeromus, I don't mind a technical game. It's been enjoyable so far.
It has been indeed, and I'm going to go more akin to chess, where I have a bit more knowledge on it. It's very much a positional game. You've got to play it well, and you're very much in the middle game now as you're 2-0 down if you're Prime, 2-0 up if you're Yuki, but it's all about whoever makes that first mistake. It doesn't even have to be a big mistake neither. You could see that orange question mark appear above your screen, and they're getting pounced on it. So it's literally whoever makes the first mistake will allow a clean shot to be scored here. And we saw it in game 2. There wasn't too much. It was a Loans mistake off the backboard. That's a double commit though, and Rapidza will tuck that one away. I'm talking about small mistakes. That one felt a bit more than a mistake and a bit more on the side of a blunder.
Well, it will nonetheless count as a goal here. I can at least guarantee Shireen, if you are interested, against Tempest's Deathcloud, they're losing 1-0 in the series. They're actually in a long OT right now of 3 minutes to discuss the second one in that best of 5, just to give you more updates of what's happening around in the 4 matches at this stage here. It will creep on the way down when the teams slightly get knocked out, of course, and that's an awkward ball, to be very polite about it, as Cal gone. Wombs is last back here. Should be a free shot of nothing. but you would imagine you were sticking in a more awkward position here.
Yeah, easy save for Loans there to get that one, and Cal has an opportunity, plays it low, it bounces awkwardly off the post, up high. Jax has no boost to work with, will just stall for time to allow Loans to pick this one up. Crisps now on the sidewall. But again, little less resource than they wanted to have, Yuki, but it's going to work out. That's a great save by Chris, but Cal is there to pick up the pieces. It is 1-1 here with 3 minutes left to go.
And I'll just update everybody, Shireen is on match survival point. They're 2-0 down against Tempest. They're using the elite sub Rilo, who won the elite tier yesterday. His twins are there, but 2,400 player. Elo essentially gone and replaced with an 1,900 player. Big upset here if they get that against the likes of Jazz out of the tournament. Previous champion Lama gone so soon in the competition. But right here, Raids, well, he must be worrying here, because I would suggest a bracket resets on this evening the way things are going out so far.
Very tightly knit in this upper quarter, but Cal does manage to play this well. A good 50, a 50 on 2 as well. You're expecting a follow-up, but Woozy will be there to pick it up. Loans left awkward. Jax does well to get the save on that backline right at the last-ditch defense effort there, and will get the clear to follow through. Solid effort by Jax to get this ball clear, but they need a second. They've been stuck in this 1-goal purgatory, essentially, for the past 2 games. If they get a second here, they'll definitely be happy, but Yuki knocking on their door.
Well, a team that's not happy with scoring, there must be something desperately wrong. Unless they're a very much an old school type of Lotchi roster, where it's a 1-0 type of games here. They're producing it's of similar vintage, mind you, as Cal. Blocked it goes. Crips. It will be an awkward bounce for both sides. So he's up here. Should be. Goes Rapids. Awkward again. Crisp is awkward, and they're trying to buy a bit of time and space. Wooms isn't giving that luxury at this level here, as Jack just tipped it to the side. It's a recycle play from right to left here. And Prime, you would imagine they would have a bit more va-va-voom when they get into a position there.
Yeah, a bit more tang to their play is definitely what they need, because they're playing very much on the hesitant front. And this is why I wanted the timeout to be called, just refresh the minds. But right now, it's a similar story to the first and second game. That's a good pass to Jax, though. Woozy was there to get the 50. He'll fall to the corner, and Rapids can pick this one up, carry it forward, see where it comes of it. Crisps not really getting the touch. It was 50'd away by Loans, who has picked up that back right boost. Has an opportunity to work something of this one, but a tap to the sidewall meant nothing of the play.
Wooms down the line. Woozy's there. Crisp is running and backing. And Rapid will need to be careful enough here. It's sitting on the back lines, and Prime is essentially put the acceleration. The hammer's going against them, and it's the same vigor, which is they need to essentially get this ball oscillating around in the 18-yard box, so to speak. Here, back it goes, and Jax to Cal. It's not the play they initially somewhat started, but it's one they have to carry on field, on shot, on target. That's Rapid.
Jax with his hands in his head there, couldn't really do much with the lack of boost, and Rapids just came flying through. Saw the opportunity after the demo, tucked it away into the bottom right corner. There's a 2-1 deficit now to Prime with only 22 seconds left, and they haven't had, I guess, any sort of major threat towards that net of Yuki, because if they have, we definitely would have commented on it by now, but it's just been standard play. Make sure the ball is kept in the midfield. This clock will keep ticking down, and it looks like Yuki will have a 3-0 advantage unless something spectacular can happen here. Loans takes to the skies. It's up into the middle. Jax has an opportunity, sends it back into the same corner. Should have gone more direct towards the middle, but that ball will hit the ground, and Yuki have a 3-0 advantage.
I'm just going to ask in terms of that there, because there's been a surprise here. But it's, an interesting sort of development. It's been 3-2-1s and fair play.
Wow.
And I asked the question to Prime, timeout, and they went, no. They believe in themselves here, and you know what? I don't disagree with them. They've been playing reasonably well. They haven't got the product in terms of getting the game over the line. That's the unfortunate bit about it. But it's a case of, can they finally do it? to some extent, what they're saying here to Yuki, right, even if you do win this here, we're that confident of probably in a bracket reset grand final type of run here where we'll take you where best of 7 if we can just get the right amount of games under our belt here. That's what I would suggest here if they cannot see at least a game out in this scenario. But again, it's an awkward thing our playoffs usually comes out to play here.
We are knocking on Yuki's door, right? It's 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 the past 3 games. It's been so consistent. That one shift in the timeline, one shift in how this Utopia Coliseum matchup will go will definitely swing the way of Prime. I like the confidence that they're playing with to not call the timeout, to just go for it. But Cal looked a bit uncomfortable in the cams, but right off the rip, Loans will get 1 on the scoreboard after 6 seconds of play.
Well, the question was asked, do you want it or not? The answer was no. They thought they had it. They've proven they've got it. Now the question is, can they hold it?
It's a long time to hold on to it, and I'm still asking for a second goal for Prime here just to give them that comfort barrier. They know they can play a tight game. They know they can keep the scoreline relatively simple. But Loans with a touch here towards net. Chris will get it, and it's a booming clear downfield. Cal as well to get the touch, but Rapids is there, up high, tries to get a beat on one. Nope, Loans denies in the air.
Could be at least an opportunity here. Double commit, and Cal's done his job. Wilms has got the boost, but it's the wrong person that needed the boost there, and that one's going across the box. You heard the woodwork with a nice little ding noise. I know it's roughly around about 5 o'clock UK or 6 o'clock European time. It could be tea time if you're being called. I don't blame you if you want to have your Sunday roast, but unfortunately, put a fork on it for the time being.
Depends on which team wants to put a dagger through this one, or a butter knife, or a steak knife to wrap this game up. We know how close these games have been, and a second goal would feel like a luxury for Prime here as they look to knock on Yuki's door once more. A pass inside, a bump in the middle. Where's the follow? Jax wasn't there. That was the clear-cut opportunity, but now they head trailing back towards their own half.
It's just one of those games you gotta ask yourself is, what do you have to do? And Prime's had 3 times. That is essentially the essence of this series. What do we need to do? As Wums from his backline, air dribbles, Scully's past at least one defender. Chris was awkward. And Jax is essentially trying to be like Thomas the Tank Engine, but more violent.
Yeah, missing out on the demo there. That could have been huge for Prime. It's popped up, and Jax has an opportunity. Sends to the skies. Flip reset, doesn't find it, ends up faking out, but Woozy already had the number there. Cal now with an opportunity of their own. Denied by Woozy again. Really stopping that aerial play from happening. Crisps now carrying this one forward, but Loans will get a touch. It's not going to be much more than that, but that is a good clear by Jax, and Jax has stepped up a little bit here in this 4th game.
It's what you ask in these situations, especially off your best players, to step up. And Jax, I'm trying to get the musty into it. Cal, what the 50 Wombs is looking, he's smiling, he's now grimacing up the man that has won a trophy. He's taken away a 2-0 lead. That would have been a comfort blanket.
It's been a different dynamic in this game, though. That's a great pass to Jax. Doesn't find the... Oh, Cal had the follow-up shot. Didn't find the target. Tipped it just over the crossbar for another opportunity now. But this has been a stark contrast to what we've seen in the past 3 games. Prime definitely on the attacking foot for much longer than we've seen them in previous times. But Jax now, we'll leave that for Cal. There's a pass play in the middle. We'll fall to Woozy, and the ball kind of resets again.
Usyk, right-hand side from his perspective. Near enough all of Prime was in the wrong position if that ball was played in quickly, and then it's a bump, and Jack says will go in, and it's 2-0. You just hear the sigh of relief from the man himself. He knows the importance of this goal.
That's a huge advantage to have in the type of series that we've been having, a 2-goal lead with 90 seconds left. We're going to have to see a scoreline we've never seen in this series so far for Yuki to come back. It would have to be a 3-2 minimum for them now. And with 90 seconds, that's a tough ask for the defensive efforts of both sides of this game. Just have to wait and see here as Woozy has an opportunity to pass it across. Chris was there, but denied by Cal, who was looking to knock that one downfield. Just keep ticking the time away, lads. You've done the hard part. You just need to keep it there and keep the clock ticking.
Well, speaking about the clock ticking again, I believe it looks like a dexterity win across the series. Well, I've just been fed the information to Shireen holding on dear life in game 4 across the off-stream matches here as Prime looking to get a series, at least a game on the board here. They bring this one in terms of not necessarily doubt, but the contest at least a bit more life to it. Vitality at its almost finest here as Jax drops that one down. Chris, unfield play over to the Raids. Rapids once more trying to get that one into the back of the net here.
Yeah, triple commit by Prime earlier on has allowed this attack to come forward by Yuki, but that clock is still ticking down. We have 20 seconds left, and this is good for Prime. They've managed to keep a clean sheet so far, and this will be good to see after the fact that they rejected a timeout. They've gone, no, we want to continue. We've got the ambition to get a game off these guys, potentially push it all the way. And they've done exceptionally well at that. It's a clean sheet. The ball just has to hit the ground, and Prime have a game on the board.
And it's a much needed one. And, you know, as much as Yuki Store, not necessarily a masterclass of a 2-1 type performance, rinse and repeat and trying to get it in here. Prime is essentially sat there and, you know, taking the game to Yuki and sat there and says, right, we know what you can do. We can see what you're trying to produce here. It's how we can actually get the right set of play at the final third when it matters. And they've done it this time. They know they can do it. Now, without trying to give them a freebie of an excuse here, you know, they did ask for the timeout, okay. But can you get the next game on the board? Can you essentially get this into a 3-2 series and cause Yuki to doubt themselves now?
Get it to a 3-2 series, that'll be massive. But another stat I want to point out here is Prime, for the first time in this series, have had more field domination than Yuki. It's definitely a change of pace for them. The shots have definitely gone the other way as well. We've seen a much more dominant attack in front from Yuki, but like they were just sat back. They had 4 shots in that game. I think Prime had 7. They were knocking on the door a bit more, but there was still plenty of midfield game to be played. We head to Beckwith Park, and it's going to be a similar story. Can Prime keep the momentum now and carry it forward, or can Yuki put a stop to whatever advancement that Prime have?
We're going to find out how it goes. 3-1 in the series. It's massive what the next set of the circumstances go. The B stream, well, we did say they'd had a delayed start. Berserker has responded to the likes of Alanis' team. Now one apiece over there on the B stream. Results are creeping on in here. This one should be finding its conclusion. Unless, of course, Prime can find a few more goals at the right time, just to cause Yuki a nightmare or two.
First 30 seconds have gone the way of Yuki, but the ball is now in the blue half. Cleared away by Crisps. Touch towards Woozy as a good pass inside. But Jax does well, knocks it forward. It's a 1v1 essentially for Cal versus Crisps. A direct shot, not threatening enough, but this attack should sustain if Jax got a touch that ball. But it's a backflip by Cal. Bit of panic settling in on that counter attack, but they've done well to get back. But Rapids tap towards the backboard, it'll fall to Crisp, and Jack does well to get the save.
Very lesser flamboyancy. It's a lot more sterner, especially on the expressions of the players, the gameplay matching it too. Very much stiffened to the back of your chair here. They realise the headmaster is in the room and they can't muck around in the classroom as Wombs. One touch, Woozy leaves it, back it goes. It's past at least maybe Jackson. He's blocked it at the right time. Cal's with low boost, mind you, so it's a force 50 in the play. Wombs will help out. Midfield play, now he moves up. Can he score? No, he cannot. The defence whips it away from him.
Great save by Woozy, a fantastic play by Prime though. They are trying to make things happen, but the longer this stays 0-0, the more you feel like Yuki will capitalise. An early goal really allowed Prime to settle in to that 4th game. You're in game number 5, it's a different story once more. The score sheet says nothing at the moment for both sides. But Yuki They do like this. They can play on that. They can use, as the clock ticks down, the pressure building on Prime. They need to get a goal here to really change things up, to really open up the space again once more. But for now, Yuki just playing their game, keeping the ball tight, and then sending it back the other way when needed.
Well, so far, Yuki's all got one save apiece here. And the shots have all come from one player of Prime, and that's Cal. They've got to shake that particular stat, if you want to call it that, in this particular game up here, because it will be too easy red to realise that. And that's a deadly mistake, and Cal chases, scampers back here, does Prime. They had a somewhat of a momentary chance here if they can get the right play, but they had all the pressure, all the build-up play, and as you sat there and used the chess analogy, if you get the tempo wrong, the wrong order of moves, it's suddenly checkmate. Could easily go against you. They've got away with it there.
They very much have got away with it, but that was a great touch by Loans just to rise the threat. Crisp had no boost, and I don't know if Loans know that, but just played it high anyway after the jump. I think it was enough time to realise that Crisp had nothing to do with that ball. 1-0 here to Prime. And Loans did very well there. A bit of individual brilliance to get that one tucked away, and that's the first shot registered for them. And you said they had to shake up who was attacking. They did exactly that. Got the goal done.
Well, I can also confirm Serene out 3-1 to DefCloud. The elite step up and champion has maybe proven their worth. Maybe they might have a run here in the lower bracket after all, but a rule number 2 is initiated. They've locked the horns here at the back end of it. Wims and Woozy, the 2 W's, but unfortunately somebody's got to get the L of that one. It may have been broken apart there through at least the only traditional means to relieve that outcome. But 70 seconds here as Prime looking to continue to hold on to this slender of all leads.
Yeah, I think it was a bump by one of the Prime players to break that rule 1, so you can see that they need all the players on the pitch to really keep this one going, because having Rapids and Crisps, the 2, I'd say, kicking forces on this Yuki side up against 2 of your own is quite a dire situation to be in. But 45 seconds ticks down on the clock, but this could be the second time that they hold Yuki to a clean sheet. A shot opportunity, pre-jump save. A demo comes through, allowing this attack to continue. Rapids are trying to deny, but Cal has a full tank to work with. Sends it high, looks to carry it forward, looks for a double, doesn't find it. Woozy's there on that backboard, falls to lone shot towards, saved by Rapids, but this attack is still mounting.
Wums back into Woozy, soft, gentle touch to keep that one away from any opposition. Just holds it on to himself. 10 odd seconds here. Cal rotates as the first man. This is deliberate by Prime to hold their defensive shape as long as possible here. It will be Rapid with one play. Hits the ground. And you can just imagine here, things might get a little bit tense.
Definitely get tense, but no timeout call for Yuki. Keep it going, but I'm loving these score lines, Danny. It's not chaos, it's not carnage, it is calculated Rocket League. 1-0 for Prime in this one. It was 2-0 for Prime in the previous, but it's all essentially been 1-goal games to keep things going. I said they need 2 goals for a luxury. I feel like Prime, if they get the opener, that's it. They can just lock up shop. But again, the shot count is non-existent. 5-4. It's been plenty of midfield battle. It's been calculated to a T from both sides, and it's whoever makes the first mistake. Now, there was a key mistake from Prime, but they weren't punished on it because it was just so unexpected here, Dan.
Well, certainly is, and I just see one player's refueling by having their Sunday roast quite literally in the middle of this one. Fair play to you. I know it's hard to do, focusing on the middle of a match here on an empty stomach. I wish there was an advertisement here on RSC that we can do. Maybe eat fresh in some way, of course. But no, we are going to Neo Tokyo in form of Bob's Ramen here. So it's a question on what is that mistake here? Is it the question of 1 or 2 ball? Do you fancy anything else yourself here, Roman?
Oh, we're going by first name basis. Honestly, I like the way Prime are playing. But it all comes down to the first goal. If Prime can get it, they're in a comfortable situation. If they concede, They're fighting, they're trailing back, and we know how well this Yuki side can hold on. But Cal, an individual play, he gets a demo on the back line. A follow-up shot by Loans here, plays it low, and there's an opportunity for Jax. Decide better of it, falls away. Didn't think they'd get the ball in time. I guess it's kind of smart because you keep the ball loitering in the blue half, but a long clear negates any sort of play, and Rapids are looking for an opportunity of their own.
And that's an awkward play. But it has been an escape attempt here by Prime. Down the line, Cal goes for the bump. And it will be Chris, who's, again, as you say, the word loiter seems to be Yuki's description at the moment. Unwanted guess at the back end there as he drops that one back down. Rapids is there. Chris should be an infield play. It's a passing one at that team. But when you have Wombs literally sitting there like a traffic cone, surely you would have thought otherwise.
Chris now. There's an opportunity. Kind of taking it back to Woozy there. Jack's playing a 50 and Cal is immediately onto that one. Good rotational play considering all three were in that final third for a second. Woozy gets a touch, but that's a double commit. It'll allow Loans to get a pass across, but Jax wasn't there to pick it up. Cal. Shot towards the backboard once more. It's followed by Cal again, but not direct enough. It was saved away by Crisps. And we are still at 0-0, but Prime, they definitely had the offensive front. A redirect would do something wonderful here, but Cal with a good save on the back line.
Well, Cal again, that's the name he's running around on the pitch here. At this point here, it's almost going to be like an ABBA tribute band here. I'll let you work out which song that one particularly could be. Forced into the 50, and Rapids has flopped that one right up to the backboard. He had no boots, little options. Gets the 50 save at that too. Impressive by the Englishman, of course, as Wombs looking to remove the grin that may have popped on his face there for a temporary moment. He's still causing tenterment here and temptation of the ball here by Prime to trying to remove it. Would have been the wrong play. They waited patiently. Shot fired, of course, once again at the man, but once again, like every other game in this series, goalless.
Yeah, goalless at the moment. That pressure was solid from Prime, but nothing to come of it. It's now a change of passage. Rapids are carrying this one forward. A double commit on that 50 has left things dangerous. A tap across. Woozy was there, waiting for that one, but Loans as well to get this one out of the half for now, and that's going to be a pass across to Loans, who has nothing to work with. Good 50 will pick up the back corner. Tries to play pass across. That was a pre-jump by Jack, but nothing found there.
Another particular opportunity. Rattling Cal drops back. Rapids is there. Crisps is awkward. Woozy, one touch, and it should be the case off at Cal. Well, he's got somehow an infield play, and Woozy's not letting that one go, but the baffling, and if you want to call it a mistake here, Yuki's rotation on all three in the line here. It's essentially tic-tac-toe on the whole left side of the board. Not necessarily what you want to do, and not being punished for it either, but it may cause them issues if this series gets any more, shall we say, fast-paced.
Woozy literally drove a lap around the track to get Loans there off the ball. It was just a constant chase. Didn't want to let them up, but a demo in the mid has opened up space for Yuki. But Cal, calm, reserved, under pressure, gets a flip reset 50, but it'll fall to Woozy now on the sidewall. Has Bruce to work with, flip reset once, plays the 50, drops down and resets for another threatening attack, I'm sure. Nope, taps it back to their own corner.
Safety, that's what it is. And that one, not necessarily on target. Pops it goes, and Woozy's just a bit too, shall we say, hot and heavy with his touch this time around. Gets a strong 50 into the corner. Low boost, fakes out one. Not necessarily the main man himself. Jax scrapes that one nearly through the whole defence of Yuki. Denied, of course, as the ball has moved from left to right now for the third time up in the pitch on the space of play in favour of Prime. It's Crisp turn now by Yuki. Down the field it goes, and it looks like it shall be probable at this point for an OT.
Yeah, we haven't seen many opportunities in the final minute here. Loans gonna tap towards that backboard. Final 10 on your screens then, and Cal will pop this one up Tries to get a wrap around, but nothing to be found. Jax now just holding on. The ball in a dangerous position. I'm sure they want this to hit the ground as soon as possible. It's up high. Loans will leave it. And we do have overtime in game number 6. And the last time we saw this, it only took 10 seconds for Yuki to make something happen. But Jax now looking to flip the switch. It's fall to Cal, and it's saved by Jax on the goal line.
I took a brief look at the start of the OT. Not one of them moved their head an inch or a millimeter off their screens. But I told you, when the save came by Jax on his own teammate, it was a blink. It was first bit of movement from any of them. It was stone-like. The second time it was there enough a ricochet. It was once again a hint, a weakness maybe of a crack appearing, and it certainly has in the gameplay. 3 chances they had and cannot get that one away.
I'm just looking at the player cams now on Prime. They do look devastated with that one. But that Cal saying see you soon is definitely an indicator of how they feel tonight's going to go for them. And if they do play the way they've just played, I wouldn't be surprised, Danny. I'd see them going the distance. That was an emphatic series. Not a lot in it for any of the games, but it's a 4-2 result the way of Yuki. Was it deserved in this game? Probably not. It should have gone to 7. But what do I know about this wonderful game we call Rocket League? They wrap it up in overtime again, and they head to the upper semi-finals.
Well, certainly we'll be looking at it, and frankly at this point here we have a brief look at what the statistical side will be on your screens here. But if things do play it the way it is, I would suspect this will be the grand final bracket reset. No disrespect here to what's happening over on the B stream. They've been battling out over there, and it's a lot more of a closer fair, but it has been heavy scoring. These two are masteries of the defensive game here.
I was just looking at the goals, and the thing that stunned me, only 7 goals required for you. 6 goals for Prime. That's how close this series has been. And your series MVP goes to Rapids with 14 shots, 4 goals, 1 assist, and 9 saves. That save counter was up for a lot of these players. There weren't many like threatening shots, it has to be said. But honestly, it was the best of both worlds we got. We had brilliant attacking, we had brilliant defending, and of course one team had to come out on top. My prediction's correct. I really wish it wasn't. I wanted to see it go to 7, because that would have been something entertaining, to say the least. But we have our result. It's 4-2 to Yuki.
It certainly is here. I'm not going to do the usual breakdown at this point. The B stream, the action's still happening over there. We're going to take a quick break to let everybody tune in for the rest of that best of 7. It is only in game 4. It's a guaranteed 6-game thriller. We'll see you soon.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
sit in that line. Future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry. When it's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other.
think we should take a
That's
look
all
at
right.
how things have developed today.
That's all right. Well, me and Jerome must have an arm wrestle that you can't see at the moment here. Bracket is on your screens, and we have a few results here. Berserkers, you may see a 3-2 there on your top screen. The B stream still ongoing with that one. Yuki, of course, has 1-4-2. The results we did see: Virtus 1-3-2 against SCR. DevCloud 1-3-1. So that's Virtus Prime will be the lower matchup on the B screen that will be happening. Yuki still waiting for this winner, but we do move on to Tempest versus Bean. Of course, that is still dependent to some degree.
No, I think we have our winner. I think it's 4-2 to Berserkers. The graphic just hasn't updated for whatever reason.
Well, that's funny because I'm seeing the scoreline as 2-0 in game 6 at the moment for Bean, still being 3 apiece here. Unless I'm going mad here.
Am I going to have to pull up the B stream myself? What is going on here? How have we preemptively chosen something? rsc_eu.
Because if so here, we have a very much a long pre-show here, but we're...
Oh yeah, it's still ongoing.
Yeah, I thought I was going mad there, which I usually am, to be fair. So, do you know what, here? It's a bit of a long pre-show. I don't know if we can actually put on the B stream while we actually talk over the middle of this match. We might as well at this point, but there's not much time left as there's about still 35 seconds, give or take, here before that one, and it is 3-0. So hence they are going into a game 7 here.
Yeah, so we've got a game 7 on the B stream for the upper semis. I don't exactly know what's gone on here, but hello everyone. We're just gonna sit here and talk to you guys for a couple of minutes about how everything has gone. Virtus vs Galaxy 3-2, that's gone the whole distance. Tempest looking to continue a lower bracket run with their 3-1. If they can repeat what the elite tier saw yesterday, that would be impressive. To just go the whole distance this time. That, you know, just one-upping their elite brethren heading into this matchup, which will be whoever loses or wins the playoff upper semis.
Right. So, with everything that's been going on here, just as you've seen currently at the bracket right now, MPB went 3-3. The fanciness of the blue highlight there, as you saw, has not happened statistically across the board, Jerome. It seems to be a one-sided affair here on the numbers here.
One-sided affair on whose account? I mean, there's been games taken off everyone.
Well, I was going to sit here and say Alan is verified and you're actually on the game. I actually have the B stream pop on. If you are interested, by the way, at home, we will hopefully have the gameplay popping up on the B stream. Just as if it was Magic. Raids does certainly do that, like it is a Sorcerer's Apprenticeship here. Do you know what here, Jerome? Do you fancy a cheeky Game 7 cast here?
I think we do. I think we take a look at this one and give you live coverage on the main stream as well. You've got double privilege. You've got the B stream of Tezik and Peeping Sheep, or you've got the A stream with Danny Boy and Daromas. Now choose your pick your poison for this best of 7 action, because this is about to get Larry.
Well, it certainly will do. And as we sat here with the lobby, presuming Bean was going to be the roster that lost this one here, Tempest versus TBD was essentially the unfortunate lobby creation here. A tad bit early on the gun, but it will be the, shall we say, the matchup over on the B stream. And by the looks of it, they are heading in to that Game 7. Berserkers versus Bean. You join us for, I suppose, a rarity by RSC, the double cast itself here. And it's a question on who will be that unfortunate loser that will be joining us quite literally in a few moments' time.
Yeah, looking to be an interesting one, because Bean were basically starting their comeback and they managed to get the Champions Field, and it looks like they got an opening opportunity, but Ibby managed to get a touch here. Mimical will carry this one downfield.
Well, if you tuned in yesterday as well, Berserkers beat DevCloud in the uppers, and the Elite went to the grand final and sadly ran out of steam as the bracket reset did occur. Maybe fate might be suggesting the top 2 tiers running similar courses, if not better, but they need to get one going here. It's Mimical beaten, Verified moves across here, and a very much of a veteran here in the former Alana. She had the time onto the ball, and shuttled right across here. We will hopefully see a goal at some point, but you know, as we sat here literally talking about our series being 2-1, 1-0, 0-0 type of games here, they have been normally around 3 apiece here as a goal fest here, which has been much more the differences of the 2 upper finals.
Yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of goals scored in this one. It was quite an interesting series that was just on the A stream, but that's a direct shot towards net by Ibby, and Berserkers have a 1-0 advantage here after a minute 20 played.
And that's a cruelty of it. And see both sets of viewers, whether on the B or the A stream, tuning in, or the rest of the Discord, because I know a few of them might be a bit cheeky enough to try to view it from there as the massive viewing party gathers. 90 seconds gone by. Mimical goes bye-bye up to the bump too.
Yeah, it's a good 50 as well. Allow Alanis to get on the end of this one. Tugging it away. 1-1 with, well, a pretty good kickoff. A good bit of strategy there. Verify managed to get a brilliant touch up high, and Alanis obviously going to get onto that one after a bump as well by Verify towards Ibby. That net was wide open.
Well, it certainly is the case, as will leave a few people wondering what is going on, especially when Alanis pumps that one right at the back of the net here. It's now a question of who can hold, because in game 7s, if it does become sort of like a penalty shootout between the two, you give or take about 6-7 chances on each side here. It's just a question on who has that quality to finish, and at the moment you would suggest Bean here may just be the side that gather the muster to continue that play.
Maybe a quality performance by Bean to make that happen. Alanis just flails over the ball there. We'll have to leave it for Jarku, and if uncomfortable, Verify will send this one downfield. Jarku now has an opportunity towards the corner. It'll go. Verify with a shot saved away, but Alanis there to pick up the pieces in the mid. Back to Verify, back to Jarku, bit of passing play action, opening up the space on the back lines of Berserkers, but that is a long booming clear, and that'll reset any sort of attack that Bean would have had.
Well, Mimical pops it up. Alanis, there's a touch there. Turkey just drops back here. The 100 boost is there. It is in a favourable position for Bean to get some play, but they're throwing it too cheaply by Berserkers. And Joe, what we're going to have an interesting perspective, at least from our side, Jerome, as we've got to watch all 4 somewhat of all the teams as that one ricochets to the side here. Another particular infield play not happening here. So I'll ask you this here: who's the top 4 in order preference at this point?
Top 4 in order preference. Well, it would have to be Yuki on top for me, as far as I'm seeing, but then the follow-up of Prime. I think Prime are going to get into the 2nd place slot. I feel like Berserkers will definitely take this game if they can muster that courage to take this game. If they don't take this game, it's a bit of a different story, but I feel like Berserkers will definitely get 3rd place spot. Being, well, I'm not too sure. I feel like they might be a bit of an anomaly. They might float around. They might lose their courage after this game. We'll just have to wait and see, because this is a decider to see if you continue and stay in the top 4, or if you drop and linger about in the top 6.
Alanis drops it down. It's lurking around here. To be fair, I would have suggested otherwise. Alanis and her Bean team may just be sneaking this victory out of Berserkers, the way they've been on the front foot for the majority of it. But 60 seconds ticking on by, and just like that there may be an OT in this game after all. It'd be a cruel way to finish things. That's a poor pass to get the shot off target, so Ibby with a free clear. It should be a sideward passing play to Verify, touchdown, and that's how you saw 15 and 20 seconds burnt off the clock. Not necessarily meaningful plays, but enough to cause a few E's and A's.
Yeah, and that 50 is going to allow some pressure to be applied to Berserkers. If Alanis can get a touch here, not quite. Sent back the other way. Verify with a backflip, trying to keep that out the corner, but with 20 seconds left, the ball looking dangerously in Bean's half, but cleared well. Jarku couldn't get a follow-up touch, but Verify certainly will, and it's a bump in the air. Verify has an opportunity to roll this in. It's gone just wide. 10 seconds left, and that was a clinical opportunity for Bean to capitalize on. And they could have advanced into the upper semis, but right now the ball's back the other way and will get cleared by Jarku. It's going to be kept alive by Berserkers here at the death, but that ball will hit the ground, and we have Game 7 overtime.
Well, we only had 2 in our series. We've been greedy to some degree to steal a bit of the B stream, but the breadcrumbs led us way to this pathway as both sides are almost like the Elite Series last time around, almost 24 hours ago. Berserkers looking to repeat the same fate as their lower comrades done before, as Ibby up and verified straight down. It looks awkward, very much so, when Bean does take it.
Well, there you have it then. Bean taking the series in a Game 7 overtime. It was a long booming clear from their corner. Does very well to just find an angle. There were no players back for Berserkers. They advanced to the upper semis. And Berserkers, well, they'll have to face a Death Cloud looking to perform an exceptional lower bracket run.
Well, certainly so, was the statistics will briefly tick on by over the B stream. You join us here over on the A side of things here. You might be wondering what was going on here. It's been a bit of an oddity, to say kindly here, and that's due to the fact of we started a little bit early. We couldn't get ready onto it. We thought Bean to some degree was decided to lose. That was a mistake already. Berserkers here do take it. We might as well actually head over to the caster's prediction here, because at this point here it'd be interesting to see. Do you know what? Let's not even go to the predictions. We'll see the bracket here, because we will see Bean winning that one 4-3, as that one stepped on through to the Berserkers lose on that particular matchup. That, as you can see, Jeromus confirms the upper final. Bean and Yuki, that will be on here on the A stream in about an hour's time, being covered by Stealthy Wolf and Tino later on today. But do you know what? What a surprise that was.
Yeah, came out of nowhere. Good comeback as well by Bean to... They were a game down, essentially. It was 3-2. They managed to make it 3-3 and then held on right until the very end, until the clock hit 0, and then managed to get that overtime goal. So congratulations to Bean getting into the upper finals. Tempest will now face Berserkers, who will feel a bit hard done by that. But Danny, absolutely, as you said, I'd like to see the predictions of the talent now and see how much that is shaken up.
Well, it certainly is here. We'll just give our broadcaster a moment. I'm sure we've been stressing him out here, but you know, he's powered right on through here. And fair play to Reyes himself for doing all the fantastic work here. We sat here at the start of the day. We might as well speak about the Alpins in the room. Serene gone. Death Cloud somewhat living to the potential prediction, and only Dexterity's lowest drop here of form of Hodge. He's later casting the grand final, and he will be hoping his franchise, as you can see at the top of your screen, do go on further, and that's of course to take the victory. So where do you want to look at it here while we get our next matchup here, Jeromus? Which prediction is the odd one out here?
I mean, Masters, Hodge and Shah have it pretty much on lock, really, as to how I would give it, apart from the fact that I doubted Bean, but Bean managed to get it. So looking at Shah's predictions, I feel like that's a very good lineup there in regards to how things have gone. Like, I can't argue with that. That's a very solid lineup for your top 4, but outlier would have to be Blake. Blake here with one wild prediction.
Well, he is the AGM. If you're going to back your team, you might as well go all the way to it here. But we might as well take a look at it. The likes of Archeon, who may have been very much upset with the likes of Alf. Somewhat saying that his roster was not prepared of the prediction with the elite player being moved in the form of Rhino. We might as well briefly talk about that, Jeromus. Rhino won, of course, Listery as well. The grand final bracket reset, massive step up here, and then to take the likes of Serene here, who was second in the conference outright here, was the favourites as well. Let's not forget that. And suddenly getting battered around here. And you know what? Jazz, top end player, gone. Lama, previous champion, gone. Kieran, of course, former grand finalist, gone. So upset already from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the talent predictions had Serene bombing out of this tournament, right? 7th and 8th for 4 of these predictions. You've got 5th and 6th for a few more, and then a few, okay, maybe in 4th place, but to finish 7th, 8th in this tournament is a disappointing result for them. It has to be said. You'd expect a bit more from them, and I'm not one to rip into teams, but even myself expected a bit better from Serene.
Well, certainly so, and unfortunately we've been deep friends of many of the Serene side of things, but Rilo stepping up massive, and we'll be seeing how things will be going for the man himself. Of course, lower final potential run there, maybe a, you know, who knows, another grand final for the man himself, but we might as well look at how things are heading in towards the direction, because we do have that bracket. We might as well go towards that side of thing once again to let everybody recap where we are heading to in our particular matchup. We did originally suggest it could have been for our matchup. Let's focus, I suppose, more towards Tempest and now Berserkers here. That there is the surprise. The elite man himself laying the beast down and now has to beat a side that was 1 moment away here from an upper final.
Yeah, and this is this is heartbreaking for Berserkers as well. Not they could turn their mental around, right? But Tempest looking well on form, and as you say, Rilo performing exceptionally well to step up into this team. But like, will there be some sort of shake-up? Will there be, like, how much more of this momentum will you carry forward? Berserkers already in the lobby. They're trying. I guess they didn't want to take too much of a break. They just hopped straight into it and gone, right, we'll take this series and see how we get on. But Tempest, they would be quite happy with the result against Serene.
Yeah, I think for Serene's sake, we might as well stay out of it here before I get a few crying emails or letters or pigeons being sent by, of course, Sky at this point here. I don't know if we do have of course, the stats for these players and the seasonal endings for them, Jerome, so we might as well look towards that to see how and where the story does lie. But if we've sat here and did say Deathcloud numbers will not matter too much here.
It's not too dissimilar to first place, really, if you take a look at it. They're only 2 wins off. 99 goals for, 89 goals against to Berserkers 86-84. We could see another tight-knit matchup here. We could see another 1-goal affair per game. But I don't know. I feel like, based on momentum's sake and based on who's the happiest of the two sides right now, Tempest, they have got the run in, and it would be impressive to see them. And I'm going to back my boys, Tempest, to take this one.
Well, I'm going to somewhat say neutral here, but to me, they're going to be an upwards hill battle, especially the side that Berserkers are having. But again, if you're playing with somebody with like Rhino, you would imagine they would have been beaten around, a lot more difficult. But again, he has just won a tier. If the timing is right, he could go on for the double. And somebody might have to correct me, but I think it'd be the first ever player to go, you know, back-to-back championship on either 2 tiers, depending on which way you want to look at how the calendar is. There probably is somebody maybe a lot lower down. I don't think it's been done in the higher echelons of RSC, but we are, of course, waiting for, of course, one of the sides to get in to this lobby, because we like to get it started just as much as everybody's home. And Tempest, well, how's their numbers looking individually, of course, because there's one big player there, shall we say, their 2K player, not on the pitch here. What is going to be essentially the weak link here from them?
Yeah, we'll take a look at the player stats when we get them. Poor rates. I can't imagine how much of a nightmare he's had over the past 25 minutes, but yes, there you go. Tweaks. Not going to be playing, I'm pretty sure, if I'm correct, Danny.
Oh, I was just enjoying the graphic there just pop up here, and I'm a tad bit. I'm not even going to even start there in terms of the number side of things here. It's the captain, Alf, who you would imagine his numbers would be a lot more higher, but they must have balanced this as a true 4-man roster here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very balanced amount of plays, right? Alf, the captain, only having 16 games. Tweaks is in, that's my bad. Sweaty will be there to cover, or why not? Twins are not going to be in. That's going to be a big loss for Tempest. But in terms of prediction-wise, I'm going to go bold. It's go bold or go home. I'm going home anyway after this cast. You know, I'm going to say 3-1 Tempest. Bring it on, Deathcloud. I want to see a result from you guys, and I want to see you storm through the lower bracket. I want to see results, boys. I'm backing them all the way, Danny. I want them to get through.
Do you know what? I'll surprise one of the sides outright here. I'll go Deathcloud 3-2 as well. Somewhat of a serious prediction. There's the surprise for everybody. But do you know what? Predictions only mean one action. It's however the players' response, their determination, their, shall we say, va-va-voom to get things going here. It is essentially the case of getting this underway here. A best of 5, of course, against Tempest versus Berserkers here. Should be an interesting series, as it is the elite champion stepping up into the master tier. And Rilo will be onto the ball here. It should be interesting to see what he can do. Alf, of course, the former champion of the elite tier, looking to do one better.
Well, it's a brilliant start. Sorry about that, Danny. My Discord decided to restart for no reason whatsoever. But Alfinio, or Alf, as many people know him, 1-0 to the good for Tempest. And this is a great start. And this is exactly the kind of start I was expecting to see from a momentum-based side who are playing with a substitute, essentially. And it's looking very good to start things off. Almost getting a second goal right off the rip here as Alf will send this one towards the mid.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I know Berserkers management decently okay. They'll be in and around here, but it's, you know, the likes of Deathcloud, who in recent seasons has came into RSC. I say recent in comparison to myself now, before they may get offended of it. Space Chris, of course, the likes of, you know, what they have produced, previous sets of results, what they've done in the RLCS, and well, it certainly is going to be RLCS level capabilities. Alpha's essentially a few games away from a top 128 with his team in the forms of Chateau and Jeff, who I know they will be cheering on the lad himself here to see if he can do it this evening, of course. But it's their AGM who will be with bated eyes here on this one in the form of Bale. He's been doing a lot of work behind the scene management-wise. He would like to see another win in the top tiers that he's been having his, shall we say, supervision, his eye on the pitch, on these three. They had doubts, of course, rightly so, leading 1-0. They could have had 2 there, but that's phase of play here. It's not off the cards yet here, but you have to give Berserkers credit here. They have not laid down.
They have not indeed, but for a minute it was very scrappy, very messy Rocket League in the red half. Rilo, the one to stand up in this, well, this master tier playoffs, has been trying to get a breakthrough of their own. We'll fake out one, but Cyphers is already there to get the read. Alf, though, will have a free ball. We'll leave it, try and get a bump across, but that is boomed back the other way. Tweaks gets a controlled touch. Look, they carry this forward. Flip reset active, doesn't pop it, but Rilo's there with a shot towards the backboard. Alf with a follow, saved by Miracle on the back lines.
Alf, up it goes. Drop right down for Ebby. It's now being continued. It is, of course, the defence of DCE in question. And the previous champion of the elite tier once again getting the save. He was not the player of the season, mind you, back when it was Serene and Deathcloud doing battle. That was, of course, Kieran. Those two had a tussle between the two. Lost, of course, was, of course, Serene going into that battle. It was a surprise, an upset and a half here. And you talk about momentum to slide down Berserkers in this best of 5. They become probably favourites to come third at least here, surely.
Absolutely, I'm backing these guys and they're performing exceptionally well so far. The rotations have been clean. I haven't seen too many mistakes so far. I'm firmly touching my desk to hope that I'm not cursing them right now, because it's been a solid performance. It's 1-0 on the score. I said it'll be a low-scoring affair in this series. It's not disappointing at the moment, but right now, it's been all Deathcloud. A shot by Rilo, saved by Alf on the goal line, completely unintentional. Had no boost, couldn't get out the way. Tweaks with a pass down to Rilo. Rilo with a shot, and the standing scores!
It's not astounding. It's a permanent fixture at this point. 2 to the better. And Berserkers, with all the experience on that side in this tier, is looking almost like a kindergartner team. They've been ripped apart by the two least experienced in the tier.
Fantastic stuff by DefCloud so far. It's popped up though, Mimical. Look for a drop down pass of their own to Ibby, but it's cleared by Alf. And Rilo will follow that up. Zyphex. It's taking it back to the corner. Lakabusto stolen by a DefCloud player. And they're playing with a kind of aggression that we haven't seen today so far. It's just been non-stop. Go for the ball, hit it hard, and hit it well. And it's working out so far.
Well, it may just be the case. There's some people will be looking at strategies and tactics, but some teams it's a good old-fashioned 2015 approach. See the ball, hit the ball, and occasionally have a bit of hope behind it. That one goes on target until Mimical got it safe behind it. And 2 to the better is DefCloud as so far in game 1. They fancy a third one here.
And they get a third. Alf with a flick. It was a stand as you like. Rilo was there for pressure and pressure alone. Just trying to get Zyphex off the line. It worked perfectly. 3-0. 40 seconds left. And unresponsive Berserkers. DefCloud, keep playing your games, boys.
How is this only a best of 5? Somebody get me Archeon right now. We want a best of 7. Surely change the rules at this point. Well, mind you, DefCloud might say otherwise. Keep it to 5. Let it get it right to 3. Because so far, they've been on top. They are making Mimical dance on his goal line there. Another couple of saves by them, but a goal-rattling DCE is a scary prospect to face against.
Well, with final 10, Rilo has control. There's going to be no response from Berserker so far as Rilo just beats out 3 players there with that 50. Ibby will drop this one down. It's a desperate drop, but it'll hit the ground. And Tempest for DefCloud take game 1. I was kind of hoping, like, you know, it was a bit of a hope call going 3-1 prediction for Tempest. I should have gone 3-0. I should have backed them harder, Danny.
Are you telling me you didn't have faith because one of the sides decided to use an elite player?
Okay, there was a little bit of doubt, but look at the field domination. Look at that, 67% to 33. They've had Berserker's number right off the rip.
Well, you're looking at field domination here. I mean, you could just sit here and look at the numbers: 49, 40, and 36 just on ball touches. 5 shots here across the board, only tweaks with a less of 4. But, you know, you just sit there and look at it and you just go, you know, shot after shot after shot, and it's Tempest with pressure and control, and it's Berserkers who are just, you know, it's almost like a horror film. You know, they're running behind a sofa at this point here and just, you know, Mummy, come help me. At this point here, who is going to save them?
14 shots to 4. That just shows you.
Well, it may just show them at that point. I almost agree with you on that. It's certainly something that has been, you know, an outstanding sort of gameplay. Just, you know, bang, 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 and there it is.
I think I'm back. I got cut off mid-sentence by my Discord. Anyway, game 2 underway. We're looking for a continuation of what is a Tempest masterclass in game 1. But Berserkers, they're not going to hold off too much here.
Well, you can certainly hope that for Berserker's sake, they can find a bit of, you know, cavalier, a response, a ride, not into the sunset, but into battle. Ibby is there. Alf likewise, early challenge. Angled his car to get the ball downwards and done so with a vigour, a response in kind. DC has not been in defence much in game 1. This is arguably even the longest so far they have been.
Yeah, the tables turned here early on in game 1. Rilo with a touch. Tweaks will follow that up, but Mimical with a pass inside. Great clear by Rilo. It was almost a threat, and it's not just a clear, it's a goal. There is no defence from Berserk. That's just gone all the way.
And sometimes a Hail Mary Irish ball down the field is the best way to play. I wonder why it was so popular.
Popular? That's the what you never see a goal fall like that at this level, but I guess DeathCloud just have something in the sauce.
Watch enough.
I clearly not, but DeathCloud have something in the sauce tonight. 1-0 up. We're gonna try and double early on here. And Rilo looking for a bump on Ibby. Doesn't find it, lack of resource to do so, but Zyphex now on the counter. Flip reset active, popped up high. Will just tip over the backboard and Rilo's there to pick that one up.
Alf for the tweaks. Soft touch, second, third, fourth. Oh, it was gorgeous. It was a screaming one to be thumped on in for a 2-0 lead. But not, of course, happening here. Rydell pops it up. Mimical's awkward, and there's a DeathCloud player decided to become a sort of dying swan there. Went for it, but made no connection.
Yeah, no connection there, but a good demo. Will open up space, but a demo received back, so the attack will slow down a little bit, but Tweaks will do everything they can to keep this attack going. That's a pop reset. Dunk doesn't quite find, but Alf, the challenge, that's going to bounce awkwardly back into the midfield. Rilo struggling for boost, will have to go back, but Zyphex is there, up off the ceiling, challenged immediately by Alf, and Mimical with a whiff of mega proportions to stop this attack from carrying out a bit too longer than DeathCloud would like.
Tweaks is there. Touchdown by Mimical. Is there, but did not pick up the boost here, so it should be a free clear by DCE. They have got that. The defender's awkward here. Needs a second touch. Not happening. No defender. And at this point, is it King Rilo?
This guy's playing like a man possessed on the pitch. Just opportunity after opportunity will fall for them. 2-0. And half the game left to go. It's a cry for help now for Berserkers. They've scored nothing in 7.5 minutes. It might come from the kickoff. I might have just cursed it. But still, this is disappointing for the number one side of the, I'm pretty sure, Glacies Conference.
Doesn't matter whether you're the number one seed or the 6th seed or even the 10th seed. Playoff day has something about it. It steps up when players ask the most of themselves. And there's no more of a man right now in the form of Rilo, living on cloud 9 from yesterday and must be feeling almost heavenly today. Surprise, shock, upset, whatever narrative you want to put to it. DCE is riding that one, and he has fired that one at Ibby with a bit of venom. 2-0, mind you, still DCE, but it should be 3.
Now, I don't know if you mentioned Cloud9 on purpose there, but what did Cloud9 do all that time ago in a lower bracket run of exceptional proportions? And Alf is doubling down on this scoreboard. 3-0, and it came from just a brute force touch. Zyph wasn't there to touch it in time, and Alf just picked up the rest of the pieces. And that is another major advantage to have. It is going to be 2-0 in the series here, Danny.
It's going to be absolutely mindless and mind-boggling. And so far here on the main channel of rsc this evening, we've had 2 excellent series. We somewhat snuck in an extra third one over on the B stream itself here. But DCE right now here is making a genuine attempt here to maybe even question Yuki at the top of the throne here.
Now that would be impressive. This is something I'm going to stay tuned to for the entire night. Now I've booked the rest of my evening off. I am watching RSC Master just to see how this DeathCloud team will live up to a newfound expectation. That's a pinch. Not really found the net, but Alf is waiting for this one. A mistake, and this could be an opportunity for Berserkers to get one in.
Well, you may say mistake, you may say opportunity. Either way, all fitters, I'll tell you this for nothing as well. The B stream just started with Prime, who we saw moments ago. That game has literally just started in game 5. And Ibby finally, after 10 minutes worth of gameplay, give or take here, got Berserkers their first goal, but too little, too late, surely.
Yeah, probably a consolation. 35 seconds. It's a big task for Berserkers to try and claw this one back. But we've seen things like this happen before. We've seen it taken to overtime and then proceed to win said overtime. But right now, it's game management for DeathCloud, and that 50 will definitely take a few seconds off the clock as no one was near that ball. A pass to Ibby, though, by Mimical. A shot direct. Not threatening enough as Rilo was there to pick that one up. Tweaks now just carrying this forward, and that clock will keep ticking down. A double tap potential by Tweaks. Leaves it for Alpha. Shot toward net, but Mimical was there. Rilo now, last line to get a touch. Slow things down a bit more. Pass inside to no one. Mimical will be there, but the clock is ticking down. It's mathematically impossible. Deathcloud have done it. It's 2-0 in the series.
Well, it may just be the case of whether it is a 2-0 series, a 3-1, essentially a 6-1 aggregate. The question I've asked Berserker's timeout, do you want to use it? I'd be surprised if Tempest say, yes, I'll have it, please. We had that sort of oddity with Prime and Yuki. They didn't call it either. They ran the wave. But Berserker's here. Do you want to be the question of it? And do you know what? Mimical are asking for that timeout. It has been called.
Timeout is a good call here. You're staring at tournament life point. And Berserkers, they've had very little opportunity to make things happen in this series. Okay, their shots have gone up from the 4. They now have 6. But Tempest, they've had 10. They've had 10, they've followed up, and they've got 3 goals to show for it. They've been playing ridiculously impressive. It's been brilliant. It's been fantastic. And Berserkers, they're going to have to step up a little bit more here, because they have to reverse sweep a very informed Tempest side with Rilo being there as well. This is impressive stuff.
Well, it certainly is. And, do you know what? It's the case of it is in that situation here, you know, Tempest will be looking at this here and say, this time out here is the worst thing possible. We had momentum, we had speed, we had everything to go against it. The likelihood of Spring did use it in their matchup against it. And, you know, it was a 2-1 series. I don't know the full details of it, haven't gathered that much. I don't want to know. Because right now, we've been talking about, it's arguably been one player. It's Rilo who has stepped up massively. That's no disrespect to the 2 teammates. The goals, the output, what he has produced here to Romans has been something else.
It has been impressive, very impressive. And it's very rare you hear Danny give out compliments like that, so take that when you can. We have a minute left of this timeout to talk about what we've just seen. And I think you've summed it up perfectly. It's just been Rilo who's stepped up, taken it to any team that they come up against. And I mean, I am going to shout someone else out as well, and it will be Alf. Alf has been playing exceptionally well as well. But it's the fact that Rilo's come from Elite, has shown up and gone, right, I want this. And this is the pride and passion that we've got on RSC in this Deathcloud side.
Well, I don't disagree with you, and it's quite literally where, you know, Alpha as well, you know, Tweaks as well has, you know, done his job, and it has been a very much a decent performance throughout the entirety of GC. There has not been one player this evening that has actually let the side down. They've done everything by the book, if not more.
Sorry, I had a producer in my ear trying to wind me up for the final 10 seconds of this timeout, but we have got very little time left. We've got game 3, and we've got a potential sweep for Tempest. Let's get up and get loud, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got an emphatic game on our hands. Can Berserkers come back and take this one, or will Tempest carry on with their emphatic form and take a perfect sweep? Danny, take us in.
It's going to be daylight robbery if TCE gets it, but momentum is a key word, and top-end caster within the RL space in the form of Relic used to say that a fair amount of the time, and he would almost die on that hilt. And it is going to be the case of it. Can Alf and Rilo get that connection, and their third in kind just be that supporting platform to lure the offensive bar out? And it already has!
You're talking about the third being a support? You don't need support when you can score goals like that. A bump to clear you away? Nope, I will take that myself. A double tap scored by Tweaks. We haven't seen much of them in this series, but that will settle your name down, because now you've got an advantage again. Momentum, as you said, still in the hands of Deathcloud Esports, and they look to get a second early on. It's bounced off the crossbar. Rilo with a follow, but Ibby does get it clear. It's now down to Tweaks to slow the things down a little bit here.
Joe, I had a brief talk to a few people behind the scenes, and how much would roughly a bonus would be? How much is it? 10, 20, winning a tier, maybe 50? I think Rilo is the first ever player in RC history, might be looking at 150 plus bonus, winning Elite, and somehow doing a run in the Master tier. Could he do it this evening to go as far to the Grand Final? Or maybe he's just taking it one goal at a time if he's smart about it, and so far it seems so. We can dream. We have the luxury of doing that, as he has missed the ball. That's his first mistake, if you want to call it, this evening.
That was good 50 by Alpha to keep that away. A pass inside, a bit too hard. Ibby goes flying into no man's land. Rilo with the pass inside. Mimical launching this one downfield. Ibby not getting the touch there. And Rilo will get a clear. Zyphex left a bit awkward. Rilo, just the presence there, scaring off Zyphex. A pass inside. Alf with a shot just a tad too high.
Rilo continues, flip reset into the play as well. Demo here on Alf, so it means DC is back in the defensive quarter. It will need Berserkers to put a shot on target. It took them essentially 10 minutes to score their only goal. It will not be a perfect series outright, of course, because of that bleaching mark that has stained the scorecard. But this shut them out in 2 games and be near enough, as close as you can get to perfect. Ridiculous, ludicrous. It needs to be put a stop here, surely, if you're on Berserkers right now here with half a game left.
I will say, though, it has looked a bit shaky for Deathcloud. There's been a few mistakes creeping in, but they still have that advantage. A ball will fall down. That's not a great pass by Tweaks there. Rilo will pick this one up. Pitch it across. This has gone up high, and maybe we'll tap this one back to their own corner. That's a mistake touch. Will allow pressure to come forward. I don't think Deathcloud want to park the bus. They're going to keep this momentum. A demo comes through. Rilo! Rilo scores a second and looks to put Berserkers in the ground.
I don't know if there's an official rule on this, but we talked about it literally on stream of a potential 410 champion ever in the form of RMD. But I think we might have to look at giving the real bit extended for maybe a 2-time champion in the same season. Rilo is putting up numbers and shooting, as you rightly said, a man possessed at the moment. Every time he touches, it's a threat on target. Berserkers bamboozled. Complex, surely. Twigs is up, Rilo is up, to the backboard it goes, has been defended. Alf looks around here, and I'll tell you this, just the update, everybody. It's that one runs in by the man himself, the captain. It is unfortunately Prime losing game 1, 1-0 in the second game against them as well. Dexterity looking to do an upset as well.
This is incredible. As the bracket develops, every expectation that we've had is kind of going out the window. Prime, what, are they on life point? Are they gone? Berserker finally gets one. But is that merely a consolation? A bit more time this time, 1:40 left to go. There's still something that could possibly happen on this pitch.
100 and plus seconds is enough. And you'll be looking at this and you'll just be questioning what it is. It's a kickoff strategy by DCE. Have you not done enough against poor old Berserkers? They're surely, suffered at the hands of, and you want to thump in a 4th goal. They don't want to defend here. It's not the wrong decision, but it's the one that a side that you would sit here and presume from the upper side with a full-strength roster would be doing.
It's a fighting decision, Danny, and I like it a lot. Alf to the ceiling, looks to get another shot on. Ibby is there with a save, though. Managed to claw back just in time. That boost will spawn for Tweaks quite nicely. Looking to play a double 50, but it falls to Ibby. Pass inside. Demo comes through by Rilo, which will slow this attack down. Both of Berserk's players in the corners. Mimical with a pass inside. Nothing to come of it, though. Final minute left, and Deathcloud are looking to do it. They're looking to take down the #1 seed of this playoffs.
I would also maybe make an argument, is this perhaps of RSC sort of sense of the generational change of the guard here? Mimical's been around for so long, likes of Ibby, but the fact of Alf and Rilo, who are newcomers in the grand scheme at the top, they haven't been around when the likes of the Premier tier was such a thing here, where the likes of Wombs would have played back in the day. But those phrases only matter in the memory, here in the now, in the present. A 3-0 series, essentially a whitewash by DCE. They will be sitting here and in disbelief in the fact if you asked them at the start of the day, they wouldn't believe it themselves.
Yeah, this has been an incredible showing by deathcloud as that clock hits 0. GG's in the chat already. And that is Berserkers out to a very much informed deathcloud. And I am getting updates that the master player will come back and will replace Rilo after this one. But I say keep him on.
You know what here? It'd be interesting to see how things go. I ain't going to sit here and have a presumption of what is going to happen. I will update here briefly over in the B stream at the moment. Game 2 still happening. And it looks like a 2-0 series scoreline over there.
We need to take a minute and look at the stats. 3-0, 9 goals to 2 on aggregate. No response from Berserkers at all. And it's just been an onslaught. The only stat they get outnumbered by is in saves. And I don't, you know, who's looking at that? When you've got the most goals, the most shots, 33 shots to 13. They were all over them in this series. What a showing by Tempest it was. That is brilliant. I hope they continue forward. I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on this Master playoff couple of rounds. But we shall take a look at the series MVP. It goes the way of Alf, but in all of our hearts, Rilo, you take it.
I'm going to have to sit there and disagree with you. All three arguably deserves it. Going into a championship day in the situation of as unfortunate as it is, they've made the most of it, and then some on top of it. They have been hammering teams left, right, and centre here. You know, if you've been sitting there being knocked in a lower bracket, you'd be sitting there saying, how did we lose to that? Would be probably the inclination our team to be going. Suddenly you'd be going, do you know what here? We lost to a very good side this evening. That is the sentiment so far here. 2-0. I will update everybody over on the Dexterity and Prime on the B side of the stream here. But Darumas, any final sort of words here as we somewhat close out here on BA's team?
Well, yes, that would be me and Danny done for the day. We hope we give you some seriously good coverage, and well, it's been an impressive start to the A stream so far. A series that was tightly knit, a calculated game of one mistake equals one goal. And now we've had this lower quarterfinal game where it's gone, you know what, we're going to throw the kitchen sink at it and see what Berserkers have for us. And Tempest, they advance through to the lower semis, if I'm correct, and they will still have 3 more games to play if they wanted to get to that grand final. So we will pan to the bracket then. No, it is the lower, yeah, it is the lower semis. They'll be facing either Yuki or Bean. That is a tough feat for any team to face, but if there's anyone that could do it, I feel like Tempest might.
Well, certainly so. It will be Tino and Stealthy will taking you the upper final here on the A stream for Bean versus Yuki. The B stream will carry on the Tempest charge. Will it be Prime Recovery or a Virtus Sting in the tail? Well, we'll find out shortly. As we wrap up here, we'll have a very much a long break to catch our breaths. We'll see us on the other side of it, though.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they me every stitch, every print, every detail. Made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say fuck 'em, I ain't moving small. Bitch, money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves are faster in a minute. I stay fresh as fuck, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the floating block. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. This an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say fuck 'em, I ain't moving small. Bitch, homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one motherfucker doing shit like me. Heart rate froze, shake the EKG. I hate wasting time, fuck eventually. Routine work with nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Make a move to make the money taller. To the shit topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't fucking bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say fuck 'em, I ain't moving small. Bitch.
Welcome everybody. As we surge through the day, things continue to get more and more intense. Two teams now here in the Master Upper Finals who have already locked top 3. One of them is about to earn their ticket to the Grand Finals with that upper bracket buff where they will only have to win one series to close things out. My name is Hodge. Joining alongside me here is Stealthy Wolf. And Stealthy Wolf, I mean, we've seen a lot today here. For anybody who hasn't, for anybody who is just tuning in, just joining us, let's take a look at this bracket first of all and just see where things stand.
Yeah, and both teams that we're going to see already had quite a good run. We saw first and foremost Bean basically beating Team Berserkers all the way in Game 7. And then secondly, Yuki just triumphing over Prime with a 4-2 win, going quite well. But then at the same time, we saw that already that Team Berserkers is basically out after a sweep, and Virtus is on the verge of winning against Prime as well. So maybe these two teams in the upper finals, they're really good at applying a mental debuff to the other teams that they play. So I'm wondering how that will going to take effect if we see the winner, of course, of that lower bracket coming through, and if it will be one of these two teams again.
But we'll have to find out because things are starting to heat up. Like you said, there's the lower bracket where it seems like both Dexterity and Deathcloud are starting to cook a little bit of a lower bracket run there. And they look like they're going to play here in that lower semi-final. As I believe on the B stream, it is currently Dexterity Virtus who have took down Nexus Prime there in a 4-game series. So that is your lower semi-final on the B stream. But for now, let's talk about this upper final. Let's talk about these two teams, MPB Bean and Chrome Yuki here. Second in the Ignis Conference, MPB, and well, first in the Ignis Conference for this Chrome side. Two teams who have had very, very impressive league play campaigns here, Stealthy Wolf, but as we know, when it comes to this sort of stage, it is playoff form, statistics go out the window, anything can happen.
Well, yeah, it's always like, how do you feel on the day, right? Because you can be quite good during league play, but then, of course, it's one Sunday that decides all for these teams. And if they can't perform right now, then it's, of course, going to be quite hard for them. And I'm kind of, asking myself questions for primarily Bean, given the fact that they took down, of course, Team Berserkers in 4-3. It went all the way to Game 7. And then they see TBK just losing immediately in a 3-0 sweep.
Yeah.
Is it because they were just marginally better, and therefore if they were to go to the lower bracket and they face Nefili, they will suffer the same fate? Or was it TBK just being worse this time around due to the mental debuff from the side from Bean? That's a question. On the same side, of course, we have, I forgot the team name already, I'm quite good, yes. On the same, at the same time from the side from Chrome, we saw that Nexus also just basically took a loss, which seemed quite one-sided initially.
Yeah.
They then got one win, but ended up losing it still. So it's like, okay, are we seeing two teams that are actually performing at their standard, or were the other two teams just suddenly, how do you say it, like did they deflate their performance at all, or what happened?
I think a good thing to sort of do to sort of weigh up how people expect this match to go is to have a look at our talent predictions, if we've got that graphic available here. After we talk about player stats first, I'm keeping raids on toes here. It has to be said. Let's take a look at the player stats, and then we'll move forward to talk about talent predictions, because for now we've got player stats to look at here, and walk me through what we're seeing here, Stealthy Wolf, because there is lots of stats, lots of action, lots of players making the difference.
Yeah, and we can see, of course, who are the main three on each squad, right? On the one side, we, of course, have Alanis, Verify, and Jarku. And then on the other side, we have Chris, Rapid, and Woozy, I think it is how you were to pronounce it. Very, very important part to me is, of course, goal participation, right? It just basically highlights how well people are playing together. And we can see, for example, that Verify is a very crucial factor on the side from Bean, as he has 70% goal participation, which is quite high, higher than anybody else on either of the two teams. And that can be quite an important factor, because if, for example, the side from Chrome can eliminate Verify to enable his team, but also get the goals, because it's not just assist, he also gets equal amounts of goals himself, then there might be something that they can do against the side from Bean to why they do not hit their stride.
Yeah, no, certainly so. Now it's a good chance to have a look and see those talent predictions if we've got the graphic available. I'm not sure if we do. Hopefully we do. But it's really great to see here how people view these two teams. And as we get it up on the screen here, you can see that by the majority of people, aside from biased casters of me and Char, are very much, thinking that Chrome Yuki are the favourites coming into this one. And I think you've got to agree. I think Chrome, you've got to look at as the favourites for this matchup. They, arguably, and a lot of people are surprised they didn't win their conference more dominantly. It's a great sort of matchup. And I feel like MPB, they were expected to do well, but they've exceeded the expectations. They've got second. I think they were predicted third by a lot of people in that conference. So it's going to be a bit of a clash here in the upper final. And, a little bit of an overdog versus underdog matchup, but I don't think it's too much to where it's like David versus Goliath. So yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting matchup, and we'll get into it in a second. But now it's time to make our predictions here, Stealthy Wolf.
I think it sounds hard like the side from Bean has no chance at all, which sounds maybe a little bit blunt to them. You know that I like my underdog stories. I've done it every time on stream.
Oh, we're not cursing this, are we?
No, we're not cursing it. Or is it gonna say that? Okay, yeah. You're saying MPB is the underdog, then I'm going to go for MPB. For the scoreline, let's go with a classic 4-2, because Game 7 takes too long. Game 6 would be nice. So 4-2 MPB.
Give me 4-3 MPB, get it to Game 7. Let's see this one go the distance. I think the team who wins this match deserves to go into a grand finals through that upper bracket. And this series is massive in terms of, the fight for franchise of the season as well. Both of these franchises with franchise wins, Chrome in Challenger, MPB in Prospect, and two of the front runners here when it comes to, the fight for this second trophy. And maybe one of them will be able to do it here today. But that's all to answer in a couple of hours' time. Right now, we've got to answer this series, and well, hopefully we'll be able to do that in a second when my co-caster gets into the lobby, and then we'll be able to get this one going.
Don't you got me like that, come on. I'm typing numbers, my keyboard decided not wanting to participate.
Listen, I fully understand it. I've been there, done that. But yeah, it is. It's a great matchup that we've got here, and I want to know what everybody in chat thinks as well. Let us know. Vote in the chat. Who have you got coming out on top? But for now, it's time to get this match started. It is not DCE and not Team Berserkers. It is a good match, however, though, where we see MPB take to the pitch against this Chrome roster. The fight for Grand Finals begins now. One team gets a shot at glory. One team gets a lower bracket run against either Dexterity or Deathcloud. It all goes down here. It all goes down now. Manfield Knight, Bean versus Yuki. Let's go.
First kickoff with 5 minutes remaining, of course. We see that it's already going in favor of Bean as Alanis tries to get a good 50. He's able to keep that ball into midfield as Verify immediately takes over, goes into that corner, tries to get control, but Woozy able to turn it to the side. Now Jarku from the ceiling gets the ball past one, flings to the other side as Alanis tries to run after it, beats two, bump on Crisp here, gets some opportunity going from the side for Bean as we now have Verify. Looking to get a touch, not able to do so. Woozy trying to find Rapidza. Rapidza to the corner. And with 30 seconds gone, we already saw a lot of Bean pressure and a little bit from the side from Yuki as they now get a good opportunity though.
Yeah, now they do get a great opportunity here for MPB to go on the attack. It is well defended for the time being here by this Chrome Yuki side, and Jarku's going to get this one over to that side wall. Alanis causing some interference, so she is able to get that one over and down into this corner for Verify to follow up on that touch. Dives back in. Great clearance here from the side of this Chrome Yuki roster. And MPB just looking to get out of the defense. Alanis to find a great block there to deny Rapids' shot. But MPB looking to put the passing play together and looking to exploit those potential chances. And for the time being, it will be Jarku who's just looking to avoid the bumps, avoid the demos. And it's Woozy who's able to grab the first here for this Chrome Yuki side.
Yeah, we saw an awkward moment here. Verify basically thinking that Jarku was still being able to continue on that ball. Last second, basically got the communication that he would not be able to do so. So I had to try and make up for things. But who wasn't waiting was, of course, Woozy was basically prepared in that midfield position, as we now see Crisps. Tries to go solo, gets it past Verify on the way down. Woozy there once more. But this time around is blocked to the side from Jarku, who's now being an option for Alanis. As Verify does get a beautiful first touch. As well done.
As that happens.
Our prediction out of the window, Hodge. If this keeps up.
Listen, as the AGM of MPB, I have, you know, I'm just supporting my franchise. This is all you with your little underdog story. I'm just being a great supporter of my master roster. You're just out here making mental predictions. I don't know. Yeah, Chrome Yuki 2-0 up here in game number 1 already. MPB Bean gonna look to try and fight back from this one. Jarku over to Verify, who's missed that ball there, but it is gonna allow Alanis to potentially continue in that play. Not if Wizzy's, you know, demoed her off the pitch. That's certainly not going to help the situation. It will be Verify with that pop-up. Looks to sort of try and cause some interference there. MPB being trying to throw stuff at to this play, but it's being turned around in front of their faces, and Chrome Yuki look to get back on the attack. Not going to happen though, but it is the possession that they hold on to.
2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. There's still a lot of opportunities here for the side from Bean, and what we can see is that they're basically trying to pile up the pressure, going a little bit too aggressive, sometimes diving with 2 people into that same corner. And what that does, Hodge, is it just weakens your midfield pressure. And that's the one thing that we're seeing right now, that the side from Yuki is getting away with quite well, as you get another good opportunity. Now Chris there with the shot. The follow is strong enough, and half of the game gone. It's already 3-0.
Yeah, this Chrome Yuki side look untouchable in the attack. MPB Bean can't really get anything. And Chrome Yuki, what an impressive start from them here in this upper final.
A very, very good start, as we now see Alanis trying to get that ball into midfield. Jarku with the 50, goes to the side. Crisp, good first touch. Rapidza able to follow up, as we now have Verified there, trying to continue it himself. As Alanis takes it upfield. No control, sadly. Does get the bump in the process. Rapidza tries to bail out his team. Pass into midfield. Jarku just a little bit too far up, as he's not able to get a touch behind the ball, which is therefore basically disallowing them any opportunity at the moment.
Certainly so, but it will be Jarku to continue this play. Great setup there for Alanis, who can't quite force that ball past that last man. Back over to Verify here in this corner. Crisp is just getting this one past everybody, and Jarku's now got this back over to Verify. The passing play looking to be connected, as Alanis looks to try and double this one back infield to her teammate, but downfield the clear has been found, and the pressure has been alleviated immediately by Yuki.
And now it is Rapidza trying to keep that ball into midfield. Tries to go for one more, as Alanis does get a beautiful touch upfield, but Woozy has all the time and space to set up this solo play. Gets the reset, doesn't need to use that. Crisp now going back, tries to stay control, as Jarku was there in an awkward position. Crisp turning it to the side. Alanis into midfield. Block coming through. Was a dangerous opportunity, but Woozy able to turn it to the side with 1 minute to go. It's all to play for. Bean really has to put in their last strides of effort in this game 1 to try and get some momentum for game 2.
Yeah, they certainly do. And for now, it is the 50 high there that Alanis will jump for, but not be able to find anything off the back of it. Verify trying to play this catch, trying to play this touch high, looking to try and find something else off the back of this play, and it's a great setup there for Jarku. It's Bean who are essentially out of this game number 1 already here, but now it's brought back into the realms of reality where, you know, a couple of good kickoffs and you never know what could happen. But yeah, it is Chrome Yuki who have controlled this game for so well, Stealthy Wolf, and 36 seconds away from going 1-0 up in the series.
3 seconds away, as there goes another one into the top left corner. I think at this point it is kind of set in stone. If Jarku, for example, would have been able to get a good touch, try and get his teammates upfield play that, it could have been the opposite. But this time around, it is the side from Yuki that basically cements themselves in this game 1 as a winner, at least.
Yeah, it certainly does. 25 seconds left of this game, and it will be MPB Bean who do find the response here and bring that goal lead back down to 2. So, you know, anything can happen, but it's clear to see that Chrome, they've got the confidence, and, you know, why wouldn't you have to, you know, how dominant of a game number 1 this has essentially been.
I mean, you said dominant. It was just a very, very good start from the side from Yuki. It was Bean trying to go a little bit too aggressive at times, basically not getting the opportunities that they needed. And now towards the end of this game, it's kind of all even between both teams, as we now have Jarku outplaying one, Verify trying to go for a dribble, getting that ball into midfield to try and get one more on the board as Alanis is up. Pass into midfield, trying to find that bump. Touch found by Chris, launched it all the way upfield as... Was it a fake? Was it intentional? I don't know. I mean, either way, it was going to be a game for Yuki.
Yeah, it certainly is. It is Chrome Yuki who take the first game in this best of 7 as they look to try and get themselves to this grand finals through that upper bracket. And, you know, what a great thing that would be for this roster. I'm actually thinking, how many seasons is it now that Rapida has made the grand final of the series play? It was last season in Elite, the season before in Master. My RSC ball knowledge doesn't extend, at least for the higher tiers, before that. So somebody will have to, you know, fill me in on RSC 14. But this guy does a lot of winning, and it looks like they could be set to go back to another grand final here. But for now, it's time to talk about game number 2 here. And, you know, what this Bean team can do to turn things around, Stealthy Wolf, because it felt like a lot of that game was them essentially just, just getting broken down by Yuki time and time again.
Yeah, there are a couple of factors, of course, that could help them already, and one of them is basically one thing that we highlighted during the game. It had to do with, of course, how they were aligning themselves on the pitch, how quickly they were rotating out when they basically apply that pressure. And it's similar to like what we saw yesterday as well in Elite, where a lot of teams are using the stacking mechanism where the first and the second follow very, very closely together. But then, of course, when it goes past both of them, your third becomes vulnerable, and you basically also have nobody to pass to in middle. So it's only good in specific moments if you are very conscious about when you're applying it and not just going to it as a sort of default mechanism. So I believe if you can see something like that, that they can space us a little bit better, find each other in the right positions, we'll see a whole different game here from the side from Bean.
Certainly will. It will be a ball to the back wall there, follow up by Alanis. You can't get anything more, and Rapida will have that clear. We'll go back over to Jarku, and Verify's lurking here for the touch top corner. Can't quite find it, and the ball clears itself out off of the back of the crossbar. Chris trying to jump for that one. Will find it, but will be demoed for his good measure. The pressure continues to cook in the early game of game number 2, and MPB find that pressure point.
Yeah, really well done here by the side from MPB. It was not one person, of course, that made the difference. Well, of course, Verify finally put it in the net. That's a separate factor, but it was continuous pressure. We saw first Verify, then Alanis, then Jarku there with no boost, still maintaining that pressure. Therefore making it so much harder for Yuki to be in a good position. That is what allowed that play to manifest itself.
Certainly the case. Now it'll be Chrome who look to try and respond. Wizzy not able to find that touch off the ceiling. We'll head back over to the midfield here, where Chris does get dusted by Verify, but that's a very hard touch, and Jarku can't quite get on the end of it. We'll try and put this one towards the backboard, though. Rapida is able to find that connection. And Chris to get this one to the corner. Jarku sleeping for it, keeping this ball away. Rapida to try and get this play going again here for Chrome Yuki. We're trying to fight out of that defense that they were put on early in game 2, turn it into a bit of an attack and see what they can make of the situation. That's a little bit of a risky touch there by Wizzy. Controls it as best as he can, but Verify is still able to find the shot, and Rapida with a save.
Very nicely turned to the side from Rookie, but what is going on? Bean! They both had a good opportunity. They just realized a little bit too late on who was going to go for this ball. Jarku even there. Still would have been able to reach. Verify. Thought it might have been out. Went out actually and ended up own goaling it instead. Oh, this is the worst way to go equal in a game 2.
Yeah, those pea brains looked a little bit mushy.
No.
Sure. Oh my goodness. Well, the franchise is not called the mushy pea brains for nothing.
I mean, you named it that, no?
I didn't. That blame Char and BMD for that one.
Okay, fair enough. So MPB is okay. So that now I finally understand what MPB stands for. But
You
yeah,
don't
hey,
know,
good
you
to
don't
know.
even shout. MPB stands for mushy pea brains. There you go. You learn something new every day.
Yep, exactly. But I mean, I didn't expect that to happen, and of course, in upper finals where MPB has to perform. But hey, worst case scenario, they go down 2 games and they just recover and they win 4 back-to-back, right?
Exactly, we'll see. For now, though, it is Chrome who is looking to try and, hold on to that lead, but it's Verify down the other side that is able to find that equalizer. A touch high there by Wizzy, and the rest of the defense just couldn't quite contend with the pressure that came back the other way there from MPB. Bean ties things up here on the Temple, and anything can still happen for the remainder of this game.
Now a very good pop from Alanis, finds Verify on the side. Verify tried to get the balls into midfield. Chris turning it to the side. Alanis in that corner, beautiful 50. Rapid able to extend it. Jarku there, blocked to the side from Crisp. But Verify is lurking once more, trying to read the ball off that corner. But Alanis is following the drop a little bit too high. Crisps able to play it over Jarku. Good extension here from Verify to keep it close into that midfield as Alanis tries to find the backboard.
Certainly does. Instead, will be Chrome who clear that one away. Back over as far as Verify, who gets things going again for MPB, but doesn't really have a passing play, and it will be Wizzy to just try and keep this one close play for that 50. And MPB trying to dive things in and disrupt the situation here.
Beautiful first touch from Verify. Alanis trying to find Verify once more off the ceiling. Could have been a good pass, but Woozy able to turn it to the side. Now Alanis with some dashes tries to stay behind the ball as Jarku is there. Pops it behind Crisp. Crisp still able to get one as Jarku tries to find that pass into midfield. Alanis now diving. Opens up a little bit of a weakness in the background to a good fake from the side from Yuki as Woozy is able to finish it.
He certainly is. I thought he missed that for a second, but it's a great play there by Chrome Yuki to retake the lead here in game number 2. And now we look to see if they can close this one out in 1 minute and 25 seconds as it gets back to the center circle here and it gets back into the hands of Chrome Yuki on their defensive side.
1 minute and 17 remaining. It's Bean once more. That's with their backs to the wall as they try and go a little bit more desperate. Only sign of offense as Alanis tries to get a 50. Turned to the side by Chris. Jarku with the follow-up. Touched outside. Verify, good position, good first touch. Ball goes a little bit far as Crisp is awkward. It's able to get another opportunity here, but Verify plays it past Jarku. Alanis, slow play. Might be quite smart as Jarku is there. Good 50 coming through, but Verify not able to beat in time to be able to finish the goal.
Yeah, not quite able to. Alanis going to try and play that one slow, but let's be real, MPB Bean don't have a lot of time left on this clock. They've got to get things moving quickly, and Jarku with a pass over to Alanis is looking to do exactly that, trying to find that read off of Rapids' touch, but that's a difficult thing to do in itself, and Wizzy finds that clear down the other side. Verify will take this one all the way back, pop up there into the skies, and take it all the way over to this sidewall, but with 20 seconds left and no hope, no possession, and a shot down the other side, it's looking oh so bleak here in game number 2 for MPB.
It's looking bleak, but there's still 10 seconds, Hodge. It can still change any moment now. As Verify is waiting on the backboard, instantly challenged. Woozy past the ball. Verify does get one. Crisp now up. Jarku from the backboard tries to get a Psycho. As Alanis able to keep it alive, doesn't really have ultimate boost, ball still goes up. Jarku there as well, Verify dives in to try and keep it alive. Jarku now being bullied at the same time, the ball is still up. Woozy there, he drops it. Yuki takes game 2.
They absolutely do. Chrome Yuki asserting dominance here in the upper finals as they look to turn these brains to mush and walk their way to a grand finals upper bracket position. It is an exceptional series being played here by Chrome Yuki so far, Stealthy Wolf, and it shows on the pitch, in the stats, wherever you want to look.
It shows really well, and I think if you're looking at the side from Bean, we already highlighted one part, right? Another thing I think that might be quite crucial is we see a lot of the times that, for example, Alanis is diving in blindly. What I mean with that is we're diving towards the ball, But the play after we've done our dive is basically quite meager. Like, we don't really have any options to continue to stay in the play, to stay relevant. So in those moments, there's a thing that's called basically nameplate pressure, is you stay close, you don't hard commit into your challenge, but you're present to why you basically force them to either get a pop or a low 50 instead, to where you stay close, and then you actually can rotate around easier and also be more available to your team at the same time.
Well, we're going to head into game number 3 here and now. No timeout call from MPB. And on the other side of things, we do see DFH Stadium, game number 3. Will it be the setup for the sweep here by Chrome Yuki? Or will it be a case of MPB clawing one back here as they look for redemption for the remainder of this series?
Well, it's already a good start with some MPB aggression. As we see Jarku trying to find his teammate. Verify plays it around Alanis. Tries to do the same to Crisp, but Crisp is there. Jarku, good challenge. Able to take that ball forwards a little bit as Alanis does get one. Jarku there. Lays it upfield. Rapidza now with a lot of time. Sees his teammate on the other side. Pass to Chris. Chris off the ceiling. Rapidza. Good control as well as he's able to take it to the corner, trying to get that ball into midfield once more, but it's Woozy that's able to keep it there. As now Verify goes into the air. Low amount of boost. Monster flick coming through. It might be enough. What a self setup from Verify.
That is wonderful there from Verify. A great touch, and just able to force it through on the goal line as well. MPB Bean with the early lead here in game 3.
A very good start from the side from Beam, but they of course need to be able to maintain this, and Chris is already looking like he's not going to allow them. It's now Verify once more trying to take the ball upfield, but it's Alanis that's cutting in front. Zero boost to her name as the ball goes high from a touch from Jarku. Now a little bit of a bleak back defense, and all of it because we're taking the ball from one another. Is this also part of the mushy P-brain strategy, Hodge, or?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It's very much looking like it is a case right now of MPB make a play, and then down the other side, it's an instant response from Chrome Yuki. And Chrome doing such a great job here, Stealthy Wolf, to control this series, to control the narrative, to do what they do best. And now they win this game. It will be 5 minutes away from an upper bracket grand final spot here. And as that ball goes in field, they want to try and get things started again, but Jarku's playing for this bump onto Crisps, and the follow-up there from Alanis, a little bit too slow. Crisps does really well there with that play.
And here now, awkward position. Jarku basically took a very offensive first man play, has to rush back as third, now finds the bump. Verify, just needed to finish, but it's Woozy that's able to turn it to the side. As Alanis dives in once more, trying to keep that pressure alive as Jarku gets the ball into midfield. And then the whiff from defense, and Verify was not ready to play for that miss.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. And it will be popped up there as Rapidza hangs around on this sidewall.
Oh,
That one just in, it is! Chrome Yuki, a rocket to take the lead here on DFH. And Verify hands that one off to Rapidza. And it is a wonderful shot there that allows this Chrome Yuki side to take that lead, start that timer, and put this side of MPB under immense pressure going into the next 2.5 minutes.
This is just so unfortunate because it literally could have gone anywhere. It could have gone completely past the net, but what doesn't go past the net is this beautiful setup into midfield from Rapids, and Crisps is just ready. And we're spreading ourselves too thin here from the side from Bean. I think that is just really what's going on. We see they're trying to be quite aggressive, but at the same time, they're leaving their backside completely open because of that.
Yeah, certainly the case here. It feels like this pack of wolves that has been on the hunt here in Chrome Yuki is now starting to find form. And it's an infield pass back over. Rapids are trying to intervene, blocked away there by Verify. MPB now need 2 goals here to to bring this to even an overtime state. And with how this Chrome roster's played, you've got to back them to score a couple more here in the next 2.5 minutes. Double tap, set up to the back wall, continued as MPB look to scramble out of their back lines, and they do find salvage, but for how long?
Verify. Able to keep it into midfield as Jarkin now has to run back, beaten out by Chris, who keeps that pressure alive. It's now Rapids. Beautiful fake. Verify in an awkward position, gets bumped to the side. Alanis there, able to extend to one. Jarku tries to find Alanis once more. As now it's Rapids. Good first touch. Chris down to Rapids. Another one. It's 1-4 already, Hodge. Oh, MPP Bean is just third man defense. What is it? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either right now. This Chrome Yuki side looks untouchable. And they'll go up 3-0 in this series here. Reverse sweep needed by MPB Bean to bring things back. And it would have to be a Game 7 thriller. Unfortunately for them, this Chrome Yuki side is here to play today and looks to lock in a grand finals position.
Well, first and foremost, looking at grand finals position, but with the way that they're looking at the moment, they might be wanting to lock down that championships entirely. As Alanis does get that ball past to, not past the third. Woozy down to Rapids. Rapids just gets one touch, keeping that ball in midfield. Alanis there. Good first touch. Tries to get the 50 into the middle as it's Crisps. Now Jarku there, able to get one, but Rapids is going up. 1v1 against Verify. Has an opportunity there, but sadly enough, the takeoff from the ceiling was just not what he needed.
Yeah, and he talked about it there. They're looking for the championship. And for this team of Chrome Yuki, two of their players, current defending champions here in RSC. Rapids are in Elite, winning last season in Brave. And this Crisps as well, winning the Master Tier on Nate last season. It is a wonderful chance for both of these players to add to their record, add to their tally, add to their RSC sort of, careers. And if they win this series coming from that upper bracket, they're going to be favored in that grand finals, you'd imagine, as well.
Yeah, well, one thing is already for sure, Hodge. The reverse sweep dream, that's the only dream that MPB has left, because Yuki is just looking really, really good. And we see it once again, even there. There's so many moments that Bean is just clumping up all in front of defense. On the offensive plays. Yeah, there's just no cohesion. Like, the only play that happened was Verify solo play.
What about the lower bracket run dream? Is that a dream?
I mean, could be. Maybe they're like, we don't want to just wait for 2 hours to not play Rocket League. I don't. Is it
Who
like
knows?
maybe 1 hour?
Hey, we did it in Prospect and it worked. Unfortunately, it's not quite the same because, this Chrome Yuki team is very much, a different team to how that Dexterity Prospect team was. But yeah, it is certainly a great series. And speaking of Dexterity as a franchise, they currently find themselves 2-0 up over Deathcloud Tempest on the B stream. Make sure if you've got two monitors that you've got both of these amazing matches up, because the winner of that series sends themselves to the lower finals to play against the loser of this series on the mainstream right now. So yeah, game number 3 currently looks like it's about to go to overtime, but game number 4 here on this stream looks like it's about to essentially go the way of Chrome Yuki, and we've not even started the affair here yet. Let's put 5 minutes on that clock. Let's see what MPB Bean can do from this point forward.
Well, they need 4 games. That's first and foremost what they will need in order to basically keep themselves in this upper bracket. But now Rapids sees Wizzy on the side. Wizzy, good first touch as the ball goes into the corner. Now Crisps, solo play, does not get the reset. Guts pass Sudo, gets the 50, open that opportunity, and Yuki immediately started off with a goal.
They do. Apologies, I'm too busy having dinner here over at the side. 'Cause that's about the most entertaining thing from this series. So, yeah, gotta love a chicken dinner on a Sunday. But yeah, it's also great to see a Chrome Yuki potential sweep here as they look to, in a dominant fashion, get themselves into a grand final spot. And they've already got one goal on the board here. Let's see if they are able to add to it. Alanis catch here in the midfield, looking to try and get this one going, but a beat back there by 2 players, and as the net's just been left open, there's no way we're conceding goals like this, and it won't quite go in. As MPB being, you talked about it earlier, Stealthy Wolf, the third man position has sort of haunted them here, there, and everywhere, it feels like.
Yep.
Oh,
But yeah, I mean, your winner chicken dinner. I think you need to teach your team how to get that, Hodge,
I need
because
to go and buy them all a chicken dinner.
yeah, maybe then they will start to win again. You have to train them like how it is in PUBG.
I'm asking the winner of Master today if they've had a chicken dinner beforehand, because like winner chicken dinner in that, you know. But maybe it's the MPB being who do secure themselves a goal. And why have a chicken dinner when you can have some beans?
I mean, honestly, chicken is a better source of protein than beans, in my opinion. But hey,
nobody in Master has heard of the beanings, the great tales of the beanings.
yeah, well, you will have to tell us if you want to, Hodge. But it's also okay to keep it for within your franchise. And what is also good to keep there is, of course, their hopes and dreams, because it's Yuki that's basically battering at them at the moment, as they are applying so much pressure at the moment.
Yeah, certainly are. There'll be a 50 there in front of the MPB net. Passing play between Alanis and Verify as Bina looking to try and get this pressure dialed up, and Jaku off the ceiling is looking to be the catalyst for that, but it will be picked up, taken away, sent down the other side. Rapida not quite able to find the connection off the ceiling. It's great to see the confident plays coming through. A great beat to the ball to allow Chris to follow up on that touch. And a fake there from Alanis to allow Jaku to take over that ball. MPB looking to put together the plays, and maybe they've been able to exploit the gap in the defense, but kept away there by Crisps.
And now the offensive play once more starts from the side from Yuki as Verify cuts it short immediately, but Crisps is ready. Pass down to Wizzy. Goes from that backboard, tries to find somebody in midfield, but it's turned to the side still from the last defender from Bean, and we told them something about their defense. It seems like they've listened and that they're cleaning it up as Alanis tries to find Jarku once more. Jarku into that corner, trying to keep the pressure alive so Verify can take over. Now Alanis a little bit too far. Verify awkward position. Able to get one. Jarku needs to be here. Gets a clear to the side. Alanis is waiting, but intercepted immediately by Crisps. As it is Yuki that is repeatedly keeping Bean in their own half as Rapids tries to do the same thing. Tries to get a shot on target, but to no avail.
Yep. To no avail here just yet. Be Verify who tries to dive this one in the corner. Instead, it's Jaku on this side wall looking to find the reset past 2 players. And Alanis blocked by Rapida on the goal line.
You know, Alanis trying to look for Jarku in midfield, not available. Now Jarku by himself. First touch a little bit far, not able to control it. Tries to rotate out and keep some boost from the side from Yuki so he can slowly start to starve them. But now an overcommit. Verify, what are we doing? Jarku was ready. This is not the way you want to go down 1-2.
It really isn't. It's a double dive there from MPB Bean, and Rapida is able to get it down the other side and be the backstab that is haunting this MPB side. 2-1, a minute 15 left on this clock before Chrome Yuki sweep MPB Bean to the lower bracket and lock in their grand finals position.
They still have time here for the side from Bean with 1 minute to go. They still have plenty of opportunities to come for, but they need to be able to siege them one by one as Verify tries to take control. It's blocked, or intercepted actually rather, as now Wizzy is able to keep that ball close. Rapidza gets it into the corner, tries to find one more, is able to do so. Alan is in an awkward position. Crisps, good control. Brilliant first touch, keeping that ball into the corner as Verify now tries to extend it. Jarku there, Alanis, pass that ball. This is not what we need for the side from Bean if they want an opportunity. As Wizzy has a brilliant setup, but Crisps, it was blocked. I think it was by Alanis.
Jaku.
Oh, Jarku. Yeah, okay.
Well, regardless, 15 seconds left here for MPB to try and find their mark here on the Coliseum. But for now, it looks like Chromeyuki are quite happy to take the possession, take the ball away, and take the series while they're at it. The ball looks destined to hit the ground. Chromeyuki, a destruction here in the upper finals as they lock in a grand finals position here in the Master Tier.
No, there's only one thing I want to say, Hodge. Your team beamed it, mate.
They got beamed. They got beamed.
You got beamed. Oh, God.
The pack of wool was too much for them to deal with. And you know what? Fair play to them. An amazing series here by Chromeyuki, and well-deserved at that. When you have a look at these post-series stats, you can see it as well. The goals, the shots, everything was in the favor of this Chromeyuki side. And yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to pick out players who individually stepped up, individually made the difference here, Stealthy Wolf. But we've got to talk about an MVP as well. And I mean, do you want to run us through why that MVP was Rapidza?
I mean, there's a couple of things why Rapids could be the MVP, and the main thing is that he was always critically there to apply that pressure to already weakened defense from the side from Bean. But also, he was really, really wary of the fact that Bean was going to overcommit. So he was usually lurking in that midfield position for when there was a clear coming from the side of the team, that he would be able to drive it home. So there's actually several factors, and also I want to highlight one of those points as well from the team stats that he definitely contributed with a lot is field possession, or like ball possession and field domination was more in favor actually of Bean. But Rapidza was really well at outplaying the side from Bean time and time again when he had that ball. So that on the ball possibilities that he basically created to get that ball basically in front of Nat all came from him. Well, not all, but a lot came from him to where he was able to enable his team that way.
Yeah, certainly so. Let's take a quick look at the bracket here because we've seen some incredible series throughout today, and we're seeing an incredible one on the B stream right now. Now, that upper final hasn't quite updated. Yes, it is a 4-0 to Yuki. They are in the grand finals awaiting an opponent, and Virtus haven't quite secured their win over Tempest just yet. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at the B stream. Deathcloud Tempest attempting to reverse sweep Dexterity Virtus here and are about to bring it to game number 5. So if you're not tuned into the B stream, make sure you are rsc-eu_b. Get yourself over there and tuned in. And that is a great chance for us to throw it to a quick break. Make sure you are tuned in on the B stream to see the end of that series. And when we come back, we'll have the winner of Deathcloud versus Dexterity playing up against MPB Bean in that lower finals. We'll see you soon.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
And turn
Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through, claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance, show me that you mean it, we'll feel some type of way. Why do you keep chasing clouds? Better leave before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. I said, why do you keep chasing clouds? Better leave before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. Something must be real wrong with me. Keep wanting just to see you show up at my door. Et même quand je suis froide, un peu indifférent, tu continues tout de même de montrer tes efforts. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace. I just can't think about the way that I feel. It's too hard to trust. I mess it up. I just can't risk to be falling like this. Oh, why do you keep chasing clouds? Before I go and change my mind. I said, why do you keep chasing clouds? Better leave before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. I said, why do you keep chasing clouds? Better leave before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind.
Well, welcome back everybody to the RSC Master Playoffs here in rsc-eu 17. Stealthy Wolf, we've got an incredible lower bracket run developing. We had 2 lower bracket runs developing, now we're left with 1. Let's take a look at the bracket very quickly and just see how things stand as we head into our penultimate match of the season, the Master Lower Finals.
I mean, I'm sorry, but there's only one impressive lower bracket run, and it's the one from Tempest. Because we have first, basically, I think, if I remember correctly, in the rival before, where Brave basically came all the way from the lower bracket and ended up winning it all. And Tempest is really in a good position to try and do the same thing. So if they win now from Bean, they're in the grand finals, and they have the opportunity to do it themselves. But who they had to beat for that, of course, first was Kazoku, so Team Serene, Berserkers, then Virtus from the side from Dexterity, and now of course they will be facing off against Bean. Bean, we saw, of course, they just lost 4-0 against Yuki. Against the team Yuki, let's be real, that was showing their dominance quite heavily. So yeah, either we now need to see that Tempest is also Milan leagues above Bean, or Bean basically has recovered their form. Otherwise this grand final might be a bit one-sided.
I'll have to find out. And yeah, if you just didn't tune into that last series on the B stream, first of all, what are you doing? Second of all, Deathcloud Tempest reverse sweeping Dexterity Virtus to make it to this lower final. And Bean, they just got slammed by Chrome Yuki here on the mainstream in the upper finals. So it is momentum versus absolutely zero momentum here. And we'll skip through stats and everything because we don't want to keep the players waiting too long. We're just going to go straight into predictions here, Stealthy Wolf. What have you got for this one?
4-2 for Nifili. Is it Nifili?
It is Tempest.
Tempest, yeah, I mean, the Deathcloud team.
It's stuck in yesterday.
Yeah, stuck in yesterday. Riley's still playing, man.
Still playing, yeah. It's crazy, but yeah. I'm gonna go with an unsurprising biased prediction. I'm gonna go 4-3 here for MPB. The fact I say it that close probably tells you how copious the prediction is, but regardless, I think we're ready to get this one going. All the players ready to go, and one team left to send to have the chance at glory in the grand finals. Yuki await the victor of this very series, the penultimate match of RSC 17, your lower finals, MPB Bean versus Deathcloud Tempest. Let's get the players on the pitch.
Alright, this will be quite the important match here, Hodge. To decide, of course, who comes third and who has another opportunity to become first in the Master League, as it will be Tempest against Bean. 5 minutes on the clock. The first kickoff has happened.
It has. We get going here in the lower finals, and for these two teams, their seasons, their stories have taken very different paths. For this MPB Bean side, they've had to face the adversity of Chrome Yuki in that upper finals, and now are tasked with the challenge of bouncing back from that sort of situation. For Deathcloud Tempest, they've seen success after success today, and a roster who was thought nothing of coming into the day, as everybody knew they would not have their max player in Twinza and would be left with no players over 1950 in CMV. The fact they've got to this point is absolutely incredible, but I'm sure they're going to want more than this.
And a good start that we see here from their side. They're always trying to take control of the play, keeping the ball close. Kind of something that we needed to see from Bean before, as well as now Rilo has an opportunity, gets a pass one, gets a good 50, takes a pass to Jarku, falling back, verified there. Not able to pass it to Jarku immediately as the ball is now intercepted as Alf tries to play it into the midfield. Rilo, low amount of boost, able to reach it, ball played off past the last defender as verified. Now tries to take it back, tries to get control. Ball pinched to the other side as it's now awkward. Jarku there as well at the same time. Double commit and once more as Alf sees an opportunity. Demo found! And it is Tweaks with the first goal for the side from Tempest.
Yeah, Deathcloud Tempest. A wonderful start as Rilo eliminates the backlines of Bean. And Tweaks instantly pounces at the opportunity. Deathcloud Tempest fire first here in the lower final.
A great start for them, but Bean is of course not done and out. They still have good opportunities so far. They just need to be careful with that defense. Same like we saw in last series. It's now Jarku Just get that ball into midfield, but it goes to Tweaks as once more as Jarku gets a good first touch. Not able to follow it himself. Plays one touch because he has low boost to be able to follow it up. As now Tweaks is awkward. Gets that ball into midfield. Verify. Almost able to capitalize on this small, minor mistake from the side of Tempest on defense.
Certainly so. That's going to drop down from the ceiling. Caught there by Verify. And Rilo to pop it up from this corner, finding that reset over infield to Alf, who takes it to the back wall. Double tap, looks to slot the angle, but picked up here by Tweaks, who's trying to continue this play. Deathcloud Tempest want to ramp up the pressure even more, and it have to be Alanis who shifts this one out to the side, back to the center. MPB Bean looking for the counter attack, and maybe Jarku is looking for an aerial assault pass down to Alanis. Can't quite find the touch.
Well, this is painful. Should have been the first goal for the side from Beam, but it can still happen. Triple commit on defense. Verify with an opener. 1-1 does stand.
It absolutely does. MPB Bean fire back the salvo the other side. And Verify from above doing what Alanis couldn't quite do off the back of Jarku's setup a couple of moments ago. It shows you rinse and repeat these sort of plays. Eventually, you're going to find that sort of success. Back over to the defensive side of Deathcloud as the pressure's piled on here. Verify touch up, looking to maybe find a teammate, but instead will find his own double off of that side wall. And Rilo with that cover will just allow Alf to pick this one up, find that first challenge. Rilo looking to catch this one and play the fake pass. Jarku almost did it perfectly, but MPB Bean stay grounded on their defense.
Now they set up off. It tries to find the shot. Now Tweaks into midfield. Rilo there, slightly off target as it does get saved on the post. But now off. Pass down to Tweaks. Once more, the pressure is piling up. It is Tempest that's getting nicely and creative at the same time with their opportunities. But we see their spacing is on point. Once the ball goes back, there's already one waiting. And this time around, it was Rilo that was trying to force his way through with mechanics. As Jarku, 50 boost. Gets the ball all the way to the side from Tempest this time around. Does get a beautiful second touch on that backboard as Alf now is bumped. Double commit here from the side from Bean as they don't have another opportunity at that second goal.
Certainly the case. A minute left on this clock and one goal to decide this game number one. Is looks to be how we approach the situation as Rilo trying to intervene there with Alanis, but it will be her who pops it over to that side wall. And Verify with the catch there. Jarku to take it into his hands and look to play that fake there. Alanis waiting below, ready to be the shark in the water here for MPB Bean, but not quite going to be the case and won't be able to be toyed with here anymore. Backboard bound again here as Alf touches it back over to that side wall. 30 seconds for both of these teams to strike.
With 30 seconds remaining, it's this time around Tempest that is in a good position, but there Rilo should have left it down to Alf. As now Jarku has the double opportunity and he doesn't miss these. A little bit too aggressive here from the side from Tempest as Alf was in a brilliant position. Could have done the exact same play that we saw Jarku do right now on the side from Bean, and this is maybe where this miscommunication, the misfit for the fact that of course the side from Tempest is not being able to play with their main squad, to why we see some compatibility issues every now and then.
Certainly so. And a couple of seconds here for Deathcloud Tempest to maybe try and find something at the death of it, but no players close enough. You'd have to think this would be a miracle play from this point forward. Verify meets Alf in the air and Rilo intervenes as well. Tweaks has to put it in reverse and get that half flip to catch this ball, but Alanis up for it. The challenge is being forced, and so is the hand of Tempest. Off the back of their reverse sweep, they meet MPB Bean, who finds the first game in this series.
And a good start this time around from the side from Bean, but who's been doing a lot, crucially for the side from Bean, is Verify. And the main reason for that is, of course, defense is a very, very big factor, and it's usually overlooked, but if Verify hasn't been that clinical with the amount of saves that he's been able to make, it was definitely Tempest that was going to run away with it, because yes, we see that Bean still has that field domination going for them, but every attempt that Tempest basically made was dangerous. All 5 shots were potentially goals. 4 of them were just blocked by Verify, and the other one went in. So if they can keep up those statistics, then it is definitely showing to why Tempest has some good possibilities here, despite being down their main player.
Yeah, no, certainly so. Deathclad Tempest have been playing out of their mind here today so far. And I think Rilo, the sub up from Elite, is certainly fitting with, you know, the team as a whole here, Selfie Wolf. But now we've got to get into game number 2. And, you know, DCE, they're going to be looking for a rebound, right? They were able to take the first goal. They were able to start off on the front foot, but gradually MPB Bean were able to sort of overcome that as the game went on. And as we go on to Forbidden Temple here for game number 2, as we quickly get a lobby reset going, then we will be able to you know, sort of see what direction this series is going to take. Is this going to be, you know, where we start to see MPB just pull away and it's a quick, boring series? Or is Deathcloud Tempest going to fight back like we've seen them do for the entire of today and show us that resilience that we know that these players have?
Yeah, I think that is primarily the second thing that we need to be looking at, because we saw them do it already, and I feel like maybe the side from Tempest is just really good at reading the weaknesses from the other team, but they just need a couple of games before they can get going. That's also why I gave Bean 2 games initially, is if we look at the side from the matchup against Virtus, they just needed 2 games, and then they were in a good position as they already started off. Beautiful solo play from Tweaks, getting into that back right corner, top corner, as Alf is right there, able to finish it off.
Yeah, Tweaks, an electric setup there to the back wall, and then fired into the back of the net as well by Alf on the follow-up. Tempest, once again, just like game number 1, are able to strike first. Now, can they deal with the pressure that you just know is going to come back to bite them as Verify up for that touch, but beats the ball there.
Yeah, now there's a little bit of an awkward moment here. Tempest is dropping that ball in midfield, basically giving it back to Bean, as now Tweaks tries to reach, but is not able to do so. Double commit, but still going in favor for the side of Bean.
Yeah, certainly so. It's back down the other side, and it's Alanis who breaks that ice there for Bean. Fires that response back the other way. And 30 seconds in, this already looks like it's going to be a high-flying game of Rocket League.
Yeah, with this continuation, if this is a trend, of course, that we're going to be following, then we're going to end up with at least 10 goals in this match. But it's going to settle down. But who's not going to settle down is Tweaks with his offensive plays. Good setup here off. Solo tries to get that 50. Rilo there goes for the fake out instead, as Verify now plays that ball deep. Tweaks, good position, good setup, has the boost for it, but blocked by Alanis immediately. As she now brings that ball into the corner. Rilo, good 50. Jarku trying to get control, but Rilo is still lurking. Now the fake from Tweaks here gives Rilo an opportunity. We fakes it once more. Alf going high, gets the double, going back down. He has another touch, but Tweaks is not ready for it. Could have been a great opportunity for the side from Tempest to get themselves that second goal.
Certainly is. And it's Alf now who gets this one in field. Tweaks just sort of freezes there to try and take control of this, and it will be a pop-up that Jarku will quite happily receive. Ball there, up in the skies for MPB, and Verify's Red Alf's touch perfectly. MPB Bean looking to get this one central, looking to get this one in field, looking to set up the lane for Alanis, who finds the second. MPB Bean starting to come online here, not just, you know, in the series as a whole, but also it's great to see such an emphatic response after what we saw against Chrome in that upper finals.
Yeah, well, against Chrome, this was definitely not the team that we were seeing before, but also what we're seeing is they're just still going on that very aggressive hype. It's just now at the moment working for them. And I think that is just a big factor. Against Chrome, it was just not linking up all too well, as we now have a beautiful pass from Tweaks to Alf! The equalizer found immediately as response.
You could have been so selfish there, Tweaks, and set up your own solo play, but the selfless pass over to Alf and the DCE season-long connection here between Alf and Tweaks And for anybody who doesn't know, you know, a lot of people know Alf. He's won Elite before. He's been around a couple of seasons now. For anybody who doesn't know Tweaks, this player is, you know, a player who has got a lot of history with this Deathcloud franchise, plays in the Sub-Saharan Africa region for Deathcloud's RLCS team, and has made multiple top sixes, you know, a couple of top eights, I believe, even as well a top four. But Space Crystal, correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but has found success here in the SSA region and is now looking to do so at the heights of EU's grassroots scene, finding a great passing play, a great setup and an equalizer in game number 2 of this lower final.
And here now, Rilo beat Alf, still on that back post, able to keep the net clean as Tweaks is in an awkward position, able to get one. Alf doesn't have the boost to follow, but Rilo rifles it upfield. Tweaks there, tries to get the pass at the midfield. There's far. Rilo, good positioning. This team is finally linking up.
Yeah, the diamond in the rough here for DCE. Rilo, who's positioned perfectly to put that in the back of the net, but also another incredible pass from Tweaks. DCE are a force to be reckoned with, and even though they don't have that season-long cohesion between Rilo and the rest of the squad, he slots in, you know, like any other team, and it's certainly looking that way. DCE now taking the lead here with 2 minutes left on this clock, and they're going to look to try and extend that as they already find themselves in the offensive half. Alf double to the corner. Alanis struggling to control.
Aye. Your team is beating it again. They look so good, Hodge, but this is not it. This is awkward moments where just the pressure starts to surmount what you normally would be able to do, and as Alanis crumbled there, the first stage was just not what she needed, and her team, let's be real, it's not only on Alanis, but her team was also not able to just be there to support her when it was going wrong. And that's just something that you need as you see another opportunity. Just the bump there from Jarku on Rilo is what saved them, because otherwise we would be looking at a 5-2.
Certainly so. Deathcloud Tempest looking to equalize this series, looking to show this MPB Bean side that they are a force to be reckoned with if they haven't already shown it today. But a minute left on the clock here as Alf intervenes, and Verify along this side wall will be sort of met there by Rilo. Minute left, and Alf's looking for another one. Great save by Alanis. Tweaks can't quite find the follow-up, and the crossbar certainly making noise here today. Not the crossbar, the post.
I mean, the woodwork. It's one, as we like to say in Dutch, one wet spot. It just basically means everything is basically the same. It's just how you look at it. But yeah, I mean, this is just really going well for the side from Tempest. As I say that, they overcommit and it's verified against the third one. I should just stay quiet in some moments, I guess.
Well, there's still a chance here for MPB Bean as it's found down the other side there by Verify. 26 seconds left. Anything can happen.
Yeah, see, Spacecraft is already blaming me. I was afraid of this happening, man. I mean, I've got nothing to do with this. Your team still has to play, even if I'm casting, you know? I know that Alf might be under a bit of pressure. He said it himself, like... I mean, he didn't really say that he was under pressure, but... You know, when you see people that you know entering the casting booth, you suddenly get a little bit more nervous than you normally do, or you pop off even harder. Hutch and I are just both hoping that it's the second one rather than the first one.
Yes, certainly so. Deathcloud Tempest are able to equalize this series, and what a way to do so there. An electric performance from them here, Stealthy Wolf. And I'm interested to see now, as we go into the rest of this series, what kind of form this series takes.
Yeah, I mean, and the question, of course, will be primarily on the side from Bean. We see that they still have a lot of room for improvement. The double commits are still present. There's some small things that could be easily adjusted that is going to give them a lot of opportunities. Whereas from the side from Tempest, they're just so free at the moment, Hodge. We have to say it as it is. They're playing really freely with their first and second. They're finding those passes. They know which moments they need that solo play. And even though that Rilo might be sitting in the lowest amount of points only with one save, he also has one goal to his name, which is quite important.
Yeah, no, certainly the case. Well, it is a wonderful response there in game number 2, and it is Deathcloud who are just looking to get their players back in the lobby. I believe Alf's just disconnected there, but we'll get back in, we'll get back sorted, and then hopefully we're able to go into game number 3 here and settle the score between these two teams, because this is already looking like it's going to be a fire matchup.
Well, it's definitely looking a lot closer than the first matchup Bean had to do against the side from Yuki. So this is something promising, and maybe it will help Bean if they do reach that grand final to get a little bit of a momentum boost that they also desperately need against Yuki, who was playing really well as we now start off game 3. Alf already in a one-on-one position, gets that ball into midfield. Tweaks not able to finish it. The woodwork once again. MVP on defense.
Certainly the case here, and it will be the pressure that is sent back the other way here. Alf picking that ball up, looking to try and find another touch. Great infield over to Tweaks, picked up there and sent away by MPB. And well, as much as Rylo's going to try and dive in there as well, it'll be Jarku who picks it up. 50's there in the corner. Tweaks to try and get this one over to Alf. Pre-jump passing play. Alanis has to try and read it and stays grounded for the time being. But Rylo also diving in. Alf fakes the lot of them here. Oh my word! It's a Deathcloud Tempest montage play. Follow up by Rylo. Alf sends Verify and Alanis on the goal line and follows up his own touch. Deathcloud Tempest with the lead.
I mean, this is just super cool from the side from Alf. Let's be real. To have the nerve to pull off that play in that exact moment, that's quite something in itself. As we now see Alanis bringing that ball in front of that as Rylo. Let's get that ball turned to the side. Good extension once more, and tries to follow up as he does get the boost, but sadly flies past the ball as it's now Alanis. Verify as an option in the midfield, not able to reach it as the ball is immediately blocked here. As Rylo now tries to find somebody in midfield, tries to find Alf, but the ball is just dropped. Bump is found, however, but the pressure has gone the other way.
Yeah. Certainly has. Alanis trying to just read that 50 perfectly, and it acts as an amazing pass there to Verify. MPB Bean with an instant response there, and my goodness, what a dunk by Alanis to set up that lane.
Well, this is an unfortunate way, of course, for the side from Tempest to go down, because it really feels like, oh yeah, that ball is going on the corner. Okay, we should have a split second, but the side from Bean was just ready. They knew that this ball had the opportunity to go off that side post. They were waiting for it as Jarku sees defense struggling. Not one backflip, but 2 backflips at the same time. That's not what we need to see.
Yeah, Jarku, it is a wonderful touch though, over the top of those 2 players to find the lead here for MPB Bean, and Deathcloud Tempest find themselves with a match here to really contend with. They've been ice seat for the whole of today, but so has this MPB roster for the most of the season until they played against Chrome Yuki. But we don't talk about that one. It's how you bounce back from these situations, and so far this series they've done a pretty good job at that. But Rylo could give them a little bit of a taste of their own medicine as Deathcloud are looking to get back on the attack, but instantly cut back here by Jarku. Alpha having to try and find that, but beat to the punch. It saves, it shots, it's madness here on DFH.
Yeah, the defense looking quite shaky. Everybody is piling up. It's like, I don't know if you've already seen how the bots play, Hodge, but it kind of reminds me of that, where just everybody is throwing themselves at the ball. So who's getting away with it is Verify. That's able to find the 3rd goal for his team.
What a double there from Verify, off of the post and into the back of the net, capitalizing on every opportunity that MPB Bean see come their way. It's a good thing to know as well that this is incredibly crucial, this playoff scenario, when it comes to talking about a franchise of the season. All 3 of the remaining teams in the playoffs have 1 trophy, one of them guaranteed to get a second. Surely that will set up a franchise winner of the season.
Well, that's different statistics, but at the same time, you have to be real about how it is, Hodge. Both teams here, they just want to win. They don't care.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, get a little bit maybe about the franchise statistics, but that's only second to their own personal
100%.
performance. So it's one thing, of course, to wanting to play well for your franchise, but there's also something, of course, to wanting to win with your team. And at the moment, it has been that it's in a good position. They're playing really well. They are spacing out, but who's also doing really well is Alf. What a monster double tap.
What a pass as well. Tweaks reset into the pass. Alf immediately robs that off of MPB and doubles it straight into the back of the net. Grinds it to a 1-goal lead here as MPB still do hold on to it. But the chase is on here from DC, or is it because Alanis will exploit the defense and find the 2-goal lead back into the hands of the Beans?
Well, sorry for that. You caught me mid-yawn. It's getting late for me. But yeah, that was just a very, very good response from Bean. And if they can do this repeatedly of kickoffs, it can be one of those weapons in an arsenal that they need against a team like Yuki. Because we saw before how they could get ahead, but then not be able to close it out. And then suddenly it was just Yuki that started to dominate the entire game. But at the moment, Bean is doing the completely opposite. They basically started a little bit slower, but now they're doing really well. They're spacing out, they're following up on each other nicely. And that's the main difference right now compared to last series.
Well, the open net miss there by Verified. Sharky's going to try and have another crack at it and almost able to find the 5th here for MPB Bean. But yeah, I mean, it's a great game 3 for both of these teams, but most notably for this Bean roster. Alf tries to find another double tap, will be denied. Tweaks with the follow-up there, looking to keep this one close, but it's looking like it will be 2-1 in the series here for MPB Bean, who are looking to bounce back and get themselves a rematch with Chrome Yuki in the grand finals very, very soon. Also important to, for anybody who is tuned in right now and maybe wants another reason to tune into the grand finals after this, because a lot of people probably like, oh, it might be a little bit boring. It might be this Chrome side, being able to just run over whichever team wins this match. But we've got a massive announcement coming before the grand finals, and you're going to want to stay tuned for it. So either way, make sure you're tuned in before the grand finals to hear all about what RSC has next on the horizon. But for now, Stealthy Wolf is trying to lock in with what this series has on the horizon. And that is, well, maybe a goal here for Deathcloud Tempest, but overall in the series, it looks to be a MPB Bean lead.
Whoa. Hold your horses. Hutch, I know you want your team to win, but let's be realistic. 7 seconds, 1 kickoff strategy, same thing like Alanis was able to score that 4th goal for your team. If DC has the same thing in their capabilities, then it might be going the distance, but the ball was blocked. I think it might be chalked, but we'll see here if Tweaks is still trying to continue to control the ball, but it drops down. Bean get themselves on the 2-1.
Yeah, MPB Bean pulling away here as they take the lead. And now we go to a game number 4 where it is so crucial here for Deathcloud Tempest, and I'm interested to see if they're able to respond off the back of that, because they look strong in a lot of moments here, but this MPB Bean side just look like they're doing an amazing job to sort of break things up on the field and just have the better team plays time and time again here at Stealthy Wolf. So we'll see as we get into game number 4 very shortly. But you know what? I'm quite a fan of certain situations here in the Master Tier. I don't say that a lot. I think the Master Tier is one of the more boring tiers that RSC has, compared to stuff like Academy, compared to stuff like Elite. But I'm a fan that they don't keep us waiting around. They don't like timeouts a lot of the time, Master players. So we're able to get straight into the action, and we certainly are here and now as we head on to Utopia Coliseum for game number 4. Deathcloud Tempest, MPB Bean. MPB looking to go to match point. Deathcloud Tempest looking to hold on.
Well, you're now kind of making it seem like they're already with their backs against the wall. It's of course the best of 7, so they still have 2 chances to. Well, no, actually they have 1 extra life, basically. So that's going to be an important one, as we see mentioned by Alf, that somebody from the side from Tempest basically took a bio break, but is already back. So holy moving that Rilo is doing to make that bio break happen within those 60 seconds.
Certainly so. Well, we get into game number 4 here, and we'll see What's next on the agenda for both of these teams? Alpha already looking for a high-flying start. Will be met by Jaku on the back wall, touch back to the midfield, and Rilo's going to sort of turn on this one, set up himself here with that 50. Verify getting back into the mix, though, as Alpha waits on the ceiling, looks to control this one, able to find the reset, able to set up Tweaks, who can't quite get the touch required, and the bump also trying to be toyed with as well. DCE looking for a high-flying approach from the cloud, down to the earth here, but can't quite find it, and is blocked out on their initial attack.
Yeah, and the pressure is really, really mounting up, and even the fact that Alf is still able to pop off those multiple resets in succession, actually, all the way from his own half, still having that boost available, is quite impressive, because a lot of people, when we're talking about the stakes that we're in, basically, Hodge, they start to crumble, they start to not being able to keep up the pressure, but who's able to still do that is Alanis, as she finds the first goal for MPP Bean.
Certainly does. It's a great pass down there by Verify, and Alanis has the touch required, the touch needed, the ball in the back of the net, as MPB Bean take the lead here in game number 4. And now Rilo will rise to the skies here. Looks to try and catch this one. Isn't quite able to. Alf trying to cut this one back and avoid the demo that Verify is trying to threaten. The backline's also attempted to be blown open there with some demos as well, but not able to be found. And speaking of demo, Rilo has got his name written all over it, but down the other side, it will be cleared, and MPB alleviate that pressure.
And now Rilo is able to find Alf immediately as they try and get another counter going, but Alf is bumped to the side. Tweaks, good extension. Beat by Jarku, who finds an opening in the midfield. It's slightly off though. It's now Alf. Low amount of boost. Tries to take it to the other side. Verify. Good 50. Makes it sure that the ball goes to Alanis, who's now getting the ball into midfield. Intercepted once. Verify. Trying to keep control as the ball goes past him. Alf to the backboard. Does not have the continuation of the ball, sadly. A little bit off target to be able to continue themselves as Tweaks. Good first touch, good double there as well. Not able to go to mid as Rilo now has to play it a little bit safe in these next few minutes.
Yeah, and down the other side, it's Verify who's able to find the second here for MPB Bean. Rilo touches it to the corner and isn't quite able to control it. Verify slots the angle. MPB Bean looking for a match point here in the lower finals as they surge back to try and fight for revenge in the grand finals versus Chrome Yuki. And to do that, they'd not need to beat them in just one best of 7. They'd need to do it again.
Well, both teams, of course, will need to win 2 best of 7s in the grand final. So, you know, maybe they're mounting themselves up for something, but who is not ready to go home yet is Rilo. Beautiful first touch, taking it past Alanis, then following up with just a limited amount of boost, being able to outpace the defense. Beautiful way to set him up for a 1-2.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Tempest reining things in here, but as it's a very fast kickoff here from MPB, they look to try and cause Tempest a whole world of trouble. Double kickoff there from MPB. Alanis with a close cheat, and Tempest caught lacking.
The moment that we say something positive about Rilo, he apparently kicks in, so I'm going to revert from doing that. I'd rather see him perform well the entire rest of the night. Because, yeah, that was just unfortunate. He was ready, he was in a good position, but then backflip, not able to continue. As he now gets that ball into midfield, tried to get it down to Tweaks, but Tweaks did not have the boost. Does get it demoed here by Verify. As now Rilo goes up, completely past the ball. Verify there. But Tweaks in a good position, gets bumped, not able to continue. Does get a first touch. Tries to find Alf. Rilo on the other side, who gets one, fakes it, leaves it for Alf. Good follow. Now Rilo himself to the backboard. Alana is there. Turn to the side as Tweaks is waiting. Good first touch. Can follow it himself. Tweaks tries to get a second one, but is blocked to the side.
Certainly is. Infield pass. This is a great setup, but it's read immediately there by MPB. They keep things out and now are going to look to try and go down the other side with an attack of their own. Verify reset into the 50. Jaku quite happy to pick up that ball, and Alanis as well will try and get involved, but Verify also diving in. MPB want to get rash here on the attack, and it is Rilo who also is about to get in his own net.
What? What is happening? I don't get it anymore.
I don't quite know. It's a back pass attempt there. But in the end, it's Tempest who meet their own troubles. And MPB being, well, the last series might have turned them to mush, but they're here to try and revive themselves. And, well, it looks like this series is where that's going to happen.
I love Space Group's comment though in the chat. It's quite nice and simple and accurate. Rilo, that's the wrong way. Yeah, thank you Space Groups for pointing out the obvious. I think he realized that as well. He's probably kicking himself, so let's see. Maybe that's going to fuel him to find something crisp here, as they only have 50 seconds remaining. They need one goal every 15 seconds from now to be able to basically drag it into OT.
Well, unfortunately for them, they've also got crisps waiting in the grand final for them. So you can find as much crispiness as you want, and maybe TC will do just that to give them still some hope here in game number 4. But at the end of the day, you've still got another crisp to overcome a little bit later.
Yeah, the crisp from Yuki, who was also playing really, really well before. So yeah, I think both teams, they really just need to try and hit their stride here, no matter what. Even the side from Tempest, who might now be going down, of course, into a situation where they wouldn't want to be ideally, they still have good potential though. And they just need to be able to find their pacing. They need to be mindful about these potential own goals. And I think all of a sudden we're going to have a completely different story. We see now that they're sometimes running behind the fact they're trying to do too much, which is basically breaking up their positioning, their spacing to one another, compared to how we saw it in game 2, where they had a brilliant comeback.
Yeah, certainly so. The timer has gone. It is 3-1 here in this series as MPB Bean find themselves 5 minutes away from a grand finals here in, I mean, a revenge tour against Chrome Yuki. It's so much. You can sort of write this one, and it's a timeout called by Tempest.
I mean, let's be real, there's just one moment to do a timeout. It's now. Don't take the timeout when it's 1 and 4, guys. That would be a bit too late. And that might be also going to the other side. So what we see, of course, here is at the moment we see Verify and Alan is really picking up those shoes to strike. And Jarku really playing that supportive role, because it kind of shows to how I see this team playing from Bean, where we see that Jarku is really good mechanically, and usually those players are going to be your first mans, meaning that they set up the opportunities, trying to clear the way, playing in the ball pass 1 or 2 potentially to then pass towards a teammate, making it easier for them to score, and that's definitely what's happening at the moment.
Yeah, no, certainly. So, well, we're going to head into Beckwith Park for the next game as we watch this timeout sort of dribble down here. Still a long time left, you know, for discussions to be had for both of these teams. As a reminder, you know, it is a timeout for this Death Cloud side, but MPB will also still get that time to, you know, discuss it amongst themselves here and see where they sort of stand on the series from their perspective. But yeah, 1 minute 40 seconds left on this clock here, Stealthy Wolf. What do you think the sort of discussion is going to be around here? Because it feels like, you know, Death Cloud, what they want to do just isn't quite working for them.
I mean, what the discussions could be like, and of course of how I would be seeing it, is if you look to game 2, everybody basically had their plays, everybody had their flow to follow up after one another, and right now that flow is basically thrown out of the window. We're playing like, I've like this, how do you say it? It's basically a reference to like an image that basically portrays it well, but you know how you have like the bullfights in like Spain and such, where you have to dodge the bull. At the moment, they're playing like those bulls. Like there's no thought behind it. It's just full send. There's no regard to their teammates, and it's just what you see right in front of you. And that can be their downfall, because in game 2 they were really playing well around one another. They were passing to each other. They were making that player that was still lurking upfield used as well in those counterattacks, to where they found a lot of opportunities where they could beat that last beam defender one-on-one. And if they can do the same, that's just the best important thing that they could have.
Yeah, no, certainly the case here. About, 20 seconds left on this timeout here before we get game number 5 started. It is do or die here for deathcloud. The season looking to be, over very, very soon in the next 5 minutes. If they're not able to try and get this game over the line. But into Beckwith Park we go, game number 5, and we're going to settle the scoreline here and now. Will we see Neo Tokyo? Will we see game 6? Doesn't matter, because regardless, we're seeing Beckwith Park here and now, and we're seeing deathcloud trying to hold on with the lifeline.
One more chance for deathcloud to basically turn this around and win 3 games back to back to secure themselves a position here in this grand finals. But that all has to start now as Rilo keeps that ball controlled. Tries to play it past Jarku. Jarku there. Verified. Takes over. Double. Found. Stayed to the side. Overcommit here, but Tweaks is able to turn the ball around. Rhino now with a fast counterattack. Off. The ball is going to drop. Is he going to be able to follow? No, it is Jarku, who brilliantly turns that ball to the side with a pinch from the backboard.
Yeah, certainly does. Is able to shift the pressure away for the time being, and Alf looks to dive back in there. Tweaks still sticking around in the play, and has found the shot here to kick off game number 5 with success for DCE Tempest.
Beautiful placement here from the side from Tweaks. Sees that back corner completely open and is able to place it there past everyone on defense. This is what we need to see from the side from Tempest. Good and controlled gameplay, and I mean, honestly, one of the people that I felt was maybe a little bit too much of that bull reference that we were talking about was Rilo, and so far he's been doing really well. He's keeping the ball controlled, as we can see once more. He catches it. He makes sure to bait out one defender at least, therefore making the side from being quite awkward on defense.
Yeah, Alf taking this one up to the ceiling, and it's Jarku now who gets things going for MPB Bean. Alf for the catch, Verify getting involved here, as Rilo also just takes this one from his corner into the offensive. And now all that's needed is a finishing touch to close the deal there, to get the 2-goal lead into the hands of DCE and set them up for a game 5 win.
Well, this is really, really, really well played, and this is why it's so important sometimes as well, Hodge, to control the ball. We saw the fact that Rilo kept it close. He always had that opportunity to play it past one, which he did brilliantly, and then that overcommit from the last. But what a beautiful redirect from Tweaks. Almost went in. Rilo with the follow-up, not able to do so. Now Alf puts on that pressure. Rilo tries to get that ball past Jarku, but Jarku is there. No boost in the tank, however, as Alanis now has the same fate, but still behind the ball, forcing the ball into midfield. Verified there. Overcommit here from Alf together with Tweaks, who is now trying to follow up that ball, trying to get it into midfield, but Jarku is brilliantly able to get it into the mid to make it sure that his team gets the first opportunity of the game.
Well, it's popped up there, and Alanis is reaching for the bottom left-hand corner shot. MPB Bean cut that lead in half and come back with a vengeance here against DCE Tempest.
Yeah, beautiful placement from Alanis, allowing themselves that, I was going to say equalizer, but I forgot that Tempest has 2 goals, and yeah, 0 + 1 is 1. Good to know. I can still do maths. But yeah, I mean, it gets them into a good position here to get close to that equalized position, which is where they have been playing from in the past, as Alf now gets blocked. Alanis up once more! The equalizer is already found.
It absolutely is. MPB deplete that lead to nothing, and it's from that's the skies there from Alanis, or from the clouds if you want to call it, that death cloud, find their biggest weakness. And MPB Bean look to hammer home goal after goal here in response to the early ones we saw from DCE. But now, half this game gone, half still left to go. Catch there by Alf in the corner. Looks to try and find the bump on to Verify and won't quite do it. It will go back over to Tweaks, who's caught that one, but immediately intercepted by Verify once again. and it feels like MPBB have a player positioned at every single checkpoint here in this run.
Yeah, right now what we can see is that the side from Tempest is unclear on how to play the game. We have Rilo usually trying to look for control, but it is Alf and Tweaks that are playing very fast, playing very hyper-aggressive actually on most of the plays. It's now Rilo. Gets a pop past one, leaves the ball to Alf. Alf about to be demoed from Alanis in the rear. It's now Jarku. Does get beautiful control. Verify this makes the extension as Rilo turns it to the side. Alf there. Extends it past one. Jarku waiting. Takes that ball into the mid as Tweaks is there, but Verify is there as well to try and get that ball into midfield as Rilo launches it upfield. 1 minute and 40 remaining and it's still 2-2 Hodge. It's all to play for both sides here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Al's going to demo Jarku off the field here. Alanis trying to get involved and will do it from the skies as well as Verify. But Rilo touch over to the sidewall. Tweaks trying to intervene, and Alf will catch this one. 1:20 left on that clock, and MPB are looking to force the issue, and it's DCE who find themselves in a counter-attack. Alf collecting to take it to the ceiling, to take it towards target. Great infield. Rilo looking for the finishing touch, and Tweaks with the follow-up. It's aggression circling around the MPB box, but it's DCE who can't quite find the final touch. Or can they as Tweaks dives back in?
The pressure is definitely mounting. We can see the attempts going up in number from the side from Tempest as they keep that ball alive. But now Verify, beautiful second touch. Rilo takes control, gets the ball to the other side. Will be beaten by Alanis, but Alanis is removed forcefully by Tweaks. So we now have another opportunity. Now the miss from Tweaks. Not like this, guys.
Surely this is not how Deathcloud's season comes to a close here. A mistouch. An MPB Bean have the lead. 37 seconds left. What can you do with it from here?
Well, they still have hope as Rilo plays it past one. Off, good position, is beat by Alanis. Plays the ball to the side, but Verify not able to extend it. Tweaks now there. Off, one touch into midfield. Rilo able to get that touch, but it's not enough as it's blocked to the side. Now Verify still there. Ball on target. Jarku awkward, has no boost, but is able to turn it to the side as Off is now running behind the fact. Rilo first to challenge. Tweaks there. Good first touch. Verify not able to control it. Tweaks to the backboard. Jarku there. He's putting it on lockdown as the ball drops down. It is Bean is going to get a second attempt at beating Yuki.
Absolutely. MPB Bean return to the matchup against Chrome Yuki. They get themselves locked into the grand finals of the Master tier and will play for the title. I mean, what an amazing series that we've just witnessed, and hats off to Deathcloud there. What a lower bracket run they were able to produce with the resources that they had to get to top 3 in Master and not have a single player playing with over 1950 CMB is absolutely exceptional.
Yeah, and the fact that they put up that good of a fight, and that's,
yeah,
like, you might say, okay, and that's the situation, and then you would expect people to just basically go out with games where they just get perfect swept, so to speak, like 3-0 scorelines. But no, it's always 3-2, it's 4-2. It's quite close, and we can see it as well in the amount of goals. Just of the fact that, of course, MPB won 4 games. They have only 4 goals more in the entire series than Deathcloud. That just shows how close that is, because it means that it was always decided by 1 goal difference.
Certainly so, and the series MVP here, unsurprisingly, is Verify, the man who has been all over the place, who has been hitting the highlight clips, and has just been Mr. Consistent here for MPB, getting it done when needed, and has helped MPB Bean get themselves locked in to a grand final position here. What a series that we've just watched. What a run we are watching, and a great rebound there from MPB after getting hammered by Chrome 4-0 in that upper finals. Will they get revenge? That's what we're going to have to stay tuned to find out. Let's take a look at how the bracket stands here, Stealthy Wolf, as we head towards our grand finals.
Well, of course, we briefly already talked about the run that Tempest had and how they made it all the way to that lower final, but more importantly is, of course, the run that Bean had. They first initially played against Berserkers. Berserkers got swept, by the way, from Tempest. and it was a close game. Like, Bean could have basically been to the lower bracket at that point, but Tempest 3-0'd them. Bean now winning 4-1. Must be doing really well for the mantle. But Bean did get beat 4-0 in that upper bracket final. So that is going to be quite interesting to see how the grand final, of course, will evolve. But I have faith. Because we saw that Bean was getting their composure again. And now they have that time again to show Yuki why they are in that grand final. Why they were in that upper final to begin with as well.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot in store. Obviously, we've got a grand final coming up in the next 10 minutes or so, but we've also got a massive announcement ready for RSC to talk about what's next for RSC, which will be announced before the grand final actually starts. So make sure you stay tuned in, make sure you keep yourselves locked into the Twitch chat, because we've got a crazy announcement coming very soon. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back after the break with this grand final.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and now. Beats the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Welcome back, everybody, to the rsc-eu. For the final time here in RSC 17, we've got a grand final between MPB and Chrome here in the Master Tier that is very likely to not only decide, well, it will decide the Master Tier as a whole, but also very likely to decide the winner of Franchise of the Season here in RSC 17. It is all to play for here tonight. And Chrome, they have that upper bracket. We'll see what they're able to do with it against MPB here. MPB needing to win 2 series in a row. But before we get into that, we've got an announcement to talk about. We've talked about it, we've teased it a little bit, and we've got nothing more left to sort of build up the hype to it. So I believe we've got a little bit of a video to play, about this announcement, and I believe Rhino has a couple of things to say.
Can you feel it? It's that feeling you get when community comes together to create something big. Can you see it? Hundreds of people wanting to be the next up and the first ones there. Can you hear it? The sound of fans clapping, chanting, experiencing. It's about time this group got together. Don't you think? This autumn, RSC Landemonium returns and we are going bigger and better than ever before. £1,000 prize pool, as well as giveaways to win on the day.
Oh no! Goes for the bump. He leaves Ols out of the way, and that's comes to the Sir taking game 1.
The Red Bull gaming sphere in London will once again feel the power, the energy, and the noise that the RSC community can bring.
Get away by Frank now, looking for the redirect from Matrix. Oh my goodness,
he's
going to it! Oh, Matrix, that's outstanding! What on earth has happened there?
Mark your calendars, September 19th, we'll see you there.
That is right, everybody. RSC Landemonium returns. RSC Landemonium 3.0 will be taking place in the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in Shoreditch, London on Saturday the 19th of September with a first come first serve entry. It'll be an £1,000 prize pool with the split still to be decided here. We're going to have lots of giveaways happening as well, and all of that is brought to you by the sponsors Fort Templar, Aspire Esports, Shadow Esports, Dexterity, Lunar Statistics, and LNDRP. There is a lot to unpack here, Beep and Sheep, but we've also got a grand final ahead. We don't have a lot of time, so I just want to come to you and say, first of all, what's the thoughts? We're back at LAN.
Yeah, we are back at LAN indeed, and considering how much RSC's grown since our second LAN, which was only 2 years ago coming up to, then I can only imagine how good this one's going to be. I remember being at the first one, I remember being at the second one, although both of those as a player mainly. But of course, ever since then, we've had such a growing community. We've had so many new people, new members, and just, I can't wait, to put it simply. I know it's 5 months away, but I know chat is going wild as well. So, you know, it's going to be a brilliant event, Hodge.
It certainly is. It's going to be an amazing event, and we can't wait to see you all there at that LAN. As a sort of heads up on that as well, then, you know, just to say there'll be further info released in the server, in the RSC Discord, closer to the time as well, and in due course after this season has concluded. So keep an eye out on the Notices channel in the RSC Discord for more info on that. But yeah, it's great that we've got something to look forward to ahead of this season, you know, other than just RSC 18, which in itself is going to be really, really good. And obviously everybody knows all about that with the legacy format and all. But now it's time to talk about a grand final. Now it's time to set the stage. And if you've just joined us here, this is a great time to have a look at some of our brackets and see, you know, what's happened today, Beeping Sheep, and what have we still got to play.
A big day, I suppose. I remember taking that first top series on that top left, Berserkers versus Bean, of course, being a blow for blow type series. And while that was going on, of course, we had loads of other games, being Yuki v Prime and those two lower ones, while we saw quite a shock, to be honest, in the lowers, with two teams, those being Virtus and Tempest, both with elite sub-ups, might I add, making the top 4, knocking out the likes of Jazz's team in Kazoku, Slayer Crown's team in Galaxy, all of Nexus Prime and all of TBK's Berserkers before going to battle against one another. Tempest coming out on top, but ultimately falling short to a Bean, who are looking to prove themselves after a 4-0 defeat by Yuki. And in this grand final, well, for the sake of a bracket reset, you need Bean to perform. Because right now we've gone 5 for 5, looking to go 6 for 6, but you know, it's a big day, Hodge, for that franchise of the season. It is a big, big day, because this is the first tier that we're going to have. Well, we're going to have one franchise winning at least 2 tiers, to put it simply. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, it certainly is. It will either be Chrome Yuki or MPB Bean. And what a road it has been for both of these teams. Yuki through the upper bracket and Bean dropping in the lower final and now having to rebound here in Grands. But yeah, I mean, to take a look at both of these teams' stats quickly and just see for a final time how things have gone across the season. We pull up the team stats over the course of league play. Both of these teams hailing from the Ignis Conference. Chrome Yuki first with 28 wins. MPB Bean second place with 24 wins. But at this point here, Beeping Sheep, as we know it, stats go completely out the window and playoff form is what really matters.
Absolutely. I mean, it is an on-the-day thing. As we saw, well, the likes of so many of these tiers where by on the day, it's not even necessarily on the day, it's in the moment, because from what we've seen, of course, we've had those 5 bracket resets, 4 of which have been won by the team in the lowers. So in the case of that does favour Bean, but of course Yuki coming into this with a 4-0 in that upper final, just making it ever so more difficult for them. I mean, looking at these series stats though, both of them being in the Ignis Conference, I believe, both already having gone head-to-head against each other twice now, and for this third and final meeting, I'm sure, well, this is the most important one for both of these two, to get that Master Prize Pool, to get that trophy, to get absolutely everything, to get the accolades, and there's quite a lot to unpack, so I'll go over to you, because a part of this is your franchise. How are you feeling?
Nervous, in a sense that the fact we're even in a position to have MPB franchise the season, I feel like as a community would be the worst thing to happen ever, but you know, it would be great to see, you know, over the course of the season, you know, all the hard work from all the players and all the teams, be sort of recognized there. But for Chrome as well, they've had an amazing first season as a franchise. Stones, Pears, Ronan, incredible franchise management, incredible master team here. Absolutely deserving of that if they were able to get it over the line here. But even in terms of just this series, we take it away from franchise of the season and talk about this grand final. I think you've got to look at this as Chrome coming in as the favorites. There's no other way about it, right? It's a 4-0 in the upper final. This team is the team that should be sort of walking away with this one. If we're talking about predictions, I'm just going to go and make the prediction. I think we're going game 7 here, and I think it's going to be 4-3 to MPB. Call it a copious prediction. I don't really care. What have you got?
Well, I'm going to be honest, I think Chrome are going to spoil the party of having 6 from 6 bracket resets, because there's always one boring tier every single season. And I think it will be Master this time, barring last season, of course, with that run from Fury in. Yeah. But I've got Chrome taking this one in 5 in a convincing 4-1. And Crisps, after we cast him picking up a title last season, I think we're going to do the exact same this season.
Okay, well, I've got one more thing to say to you, Beeping Sheep, and it's get in the lobby. And then as soon as you do that, we can start this grand final.
That's okay, I can improvise.
But yeah, it's going to be an amazing grand final, that is for sure. And we've made our predictions. You make your predictions in the chat there as well. I see a lot of people thinking Chrome are going to take this one, and you've got to back them after what a performance they have showed across this tier. And, you know, as a franchise across all the tiers as well. You look back on both of these franchises' seasons as we try and store time for Beeping Sheep to get in the lobby. It is, you know, for Chrome, the Academy Grand Finals that they made it to, it is a Challenger Trophy. Could they make it a Master Trophy here as well? For MPB, it's a Prospect Trophy and maybe a Master Trophy as well if they can endure, you know, a long Grand Final here. It'd have to be for them. So it's up in the air here for both of these teams, for both of these franchises, Beeping Sheep, and it's all going to go down here and now in this grand final. So we are moments away from getting this one started, from getting this one underway here. And well, Beeping Sheep, I believe you have a little bit of an introduction for us to get into this one.
Yeah, we could give this one a little go. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very, very long season at that. And of course, we've seen 20 franchises going head to head over these 6 tiers. But of course, in the top tier, you get to see the best Rocket League in RSC in total. Starting off the day, we had 8 teams vying for that number 1 spot, then 6, then 4, then 3, and now our Elite 2. We've got Yuki, we've got Bean, both of these teams vying for that title, for that franchise of the season. It's a matter of who wants it more. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. It's RSC 17 Master Grand Finals. Game on.
Game on. Chrome, Yuki, MPB, Bean, 2 teams, 2 franchises, everything on the line, everything to fight for. Manfield Knight, game number 1. Let's go, go, go in the grand finals of the Master Tier.
Let's go, indeed. Both of them won in that top step. You've got the likes of Rapidza and Chris both being champions last season, but you've got the likes of everybody else just looking to grab a title for their own. So, who wants it more? Jarku looking to be the first one on that, but Rapidza is just going to be waiting behind. Does beat Alanis on the ball now. Looking to go middle now, trying to find a teammate, but Verify is absolutely ready for that. Just playing that one into his own corner. Jarku on the ball. Verify looking to follow that. But Wizzy ready for it. All 6 of these players completely warmed up, completely just trying their absolute hardest to find this first goal, because it is ever so important, especially in this first series. Crisp absolutely dusting Verify, but in his own corner, that really is quite safe to be dusted, if anywhere. Wizzy now taking it into the middle, no teammate ready. Rapidza just playing it a little bit safe for the time being, goes for a late 50, goes into the middle now as well. A little bit of a team up coming in from the side of MPB Beans, as Jarku just takes this one outwards, but the first 40 seconds, we've not had too much threat, Hodge.
No, we absolutely haven't. It's been quite a reserved start to this grand final, but for how long is that going to be the case? Because Wizzy looks to try and get that one in field, and there wasn't quite a teammate waiting, but maybe this time there is. Rapidza back pass over to Crisps, who can't quite wrangle that one around the defense. Crisps trying to throw that one on net again, and the pressure will surge here for Chrome Yuki. To mistouch there from Alanis, who will be able to recover, and she'll be able to get that ball back out, allowing Verify to also come into the mix as well. Minute and a half into this, no gold just yet for either side, but both of these teams will continue to aggress, continue to try and change that narrative, and it's MPB now who might get a crack at the attack.
They very nearly did for a minute there, but they were just so quickly shut out by the likes of Chrome Yuki, as Crisp is just being a little menace on that ball. Now Verify comes to it. The man with the mechs as well on the side of MPB Bean doesn't manage to make him count on this occasion, but this goes to Pidza now, who does get demoed by Alanis. The absolute menace on the side of MPB Bean. She goes for all of these demos. She's just, well, on the back line, it must be so frustrating to play against. Of course, trying some bumps of their own now are Yuki, as Pidza tries to take this one into the middle. Verify one touch. Does get it clear for the time being, but Crisp will be there to challenge. Still no goals, though, as both teams just figuring each other out. We've seen a little bit of boomer ball. We've seen a little bit of bumps. I think they're just trying to find their weaknesses, Hodge. But no cracks have been shown just yet, unless Wizzy has something to say about it.
Yeah, great save there by Jarku, and a bit of a mistouch there by Wizzy as well. The early fireworks, the start of this grand final, kept away, kept hidden. Somebody's got to come out from underneath that veil, though, and it will be Verify, who looks to try and set himself up for the double tap. Crisp with the block, Rapida with the follow-up. Chrome Yuki trying to turn a defensive situation into an amazing and explosive attack here. Chrome Yuki instantly switch up, go the other side of the field, and just perplex their way through the defense of MPB.
Well, the floodgates are open, and no pun intended, that shot was absolutely crisp from the striker of Chrome Yuki, just placing that one perfectly in the bottom corner and giving them a, well, I say well-deserved, giving them a lead, because neither team have really been all too much better than the other one so far, but Crisp's now taking this one towards Wizzy, who eyes up a shot, and that is just, you can't be stopping that, come on now.
Yeah, you can't be. I mean, what a shot that is. It's a wonderful pass from Crisps, and Wizzy with the connection to put that one away. 2-0 lead here for Chrome Yuki, and they are laughing already in this grand final.
They are laughing already, looking to go back-to-back 4-0s, but Verify very nearly finds an instant response there from MPB Bean. Now Jarku on the ball, but so much control now from Yuki after taking this 2-0. They know that they've got security now. They know a lot, but they don't know about Verify. They don't know about the capabilities. And now MPB Bean are finally on the board.
Yeah, the silent assassin of MPB Bean, lurking where you least expect him, and is able to cut that lead in half. Now MPB Bean, we're going to look to try and level the scoreline, and off the kickoff is where we've seen them do some of their greatest work against Deathcloud Tempest. But this Chrome team is a different side, a different team entirely. And as we head to the back wall of MPB, it's up to looking to see if they can defend the attack of Yuki, because it's been so brutal time and time again to try and deal with the pressure that these guys put on.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving it their best shot now, or MPB Bean, but their mind games are being played now by the likes of Rapida, because we saw a couple fake challenges in there where he would just turn away at the very last minute, not even under any threat, just for the sake of making all the Bean players think he's going for the ball, and then never actually does. But of course, eyeing up a shot now, Jarku catches that on his backboard, and into this final minute, a goal is still needed for MPB Bean, otherwise Yuki will once again have the upper hand in a series against them. However, goes towards Rapida now, Alanis meets him on 0 boost, both of them. Wizzy just going to take this one upwards towards Crisps. That same link up that we saw earlier almost happened again, as Wizzy, yet another touch off the backboard. Going to be a bit of a weak one, but it just makes the defence awkward, and sometimes that is all you need. Wizzy once again, giving it a little go, trying to go for the solo play, does end up beating Verify as well. And they're boxed in, they can't find a way out, let alone finding a goal, can MPB Bean. But the way it looks, Chrome Yuki are just walking a 2-1 lead to a Game 1 win, and hang on a minute, off the post towards Crisps. They can't find the net either though. Crisp just saving his teammate's shot as well, because, I suppose, and in this final 10 seconds, they have been dominant, but they could have scored there, come on.
They could have, and maybe MPB will get the chance to punish, but that's downfield. That is a free touch to the floor. That's Chrome Yuki 1-0 up in this grand final. And, well, did we really expect this to go any other direction here, Sheep? It's going to be, if Bean want to win this, a difficult, hard-fought series, and Chrome Yuki already coming online has got to scare them a little bit.
I mean, especially for the likes of Alanis there, maybe down there for one of the lowest points per game in the grand finals that we've seen, is 76, just completely outplayed by all of the likes of Chrome Yuki. You'd like to think she can bounce back from this, and I believe that is absolutely the case, but the only problem with Yuki is there's no one player to stop, because all three are equally capable of all their mind games, of all their solo plays, of just everything in general. So there's work to be done here for MPB. They've seen some of what Yuki can offer, and now they need to just throw back what they can offer to see if Yuki can deal with it.
Yeah, no, certainly so. The 1-0 lead in the series here for Chrome Yuki, able to be grabbed, but now we look to see if MPB being can turn things around on the Temple as we head into game number 2. And if we want to see things, be a hard-fought grand final, a bracket reset potentially, Beep and Sheep, we've seen 5 of them this season. Will we see another one and complete the collection? It's not looking likely here already after game number 1, but as we know in RSC, anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen, but you say anything can happen. Anything can happen with the servers as well, as we do experience a short delay with, after one game, we get the first server crash, so expect plenty more of those. But yeah, in terms of the gameplay, you are absolutely right. We just need to see, prime MPB, I suppose. There was glimpses of it in that match against Berserkers, and I'm sure there was glimpses of it, of course, in the Temper series as well. They just need to show Yuki what they're made of before they get absolutely dusted once again, because the last thing you want to do as the lower bracket team, especially, is go 2-0 down in the grand finals.
Absolutely the case. And we go to the center circle here to kick off game number 2, to kick off the second game of this grand finals, and already it looks like MPB want to get themselves on the attack. Alanis trying to wiggle this one around over to Verify, who looks to try and find first blood here, but will be kept away only as far as Jarku, who intervenes again here for the Mushy P-Brains. Will be Verify in the midfield, and Chris who rises up to the occasion. It's Chrome Yuki who don't want to settle for that first game. They want to continue to pile on the pressure, and Jarku cuts back into that rotation to deny them the chance.
I like the way they have set the tone there, Yuki. They want to make sure that they don't even get any breathing room. Like for the sake of MPB being as almost Rapids are not quite getting the touch he wanted there, but Crisp's just staying on the ball. Beautiful recovery as well, forces Jarku into an awkward clear. Stays on it though, does Jarku now, as Wizzy meets him once again. Verify right behind that, just trying to do what Yuki are doing back towards Yuki themselves, but definitely need to do a better job of it, because so much of this has been stuck in the bean half so far. We've seen, for the sake of forced default team colours, we've seen so much of the orange side of the field right now. Rapids are just trying to take this one middle, but Verify keeping that one out. Lovely second touch as well. Crisps now, one touch once again, but no danger there. Alanis just trying to get herself into the series a little bit after that last game. She's already in just a minute overtaken her points tally from game number 1. So definitely doing a good job of it thus far, but we'll see what she can offer.
Still nothing here for either side in terms of goals, but we saw the same last game, and how quickly did that turn on its head. Crisps pop up, Alanis clear over to the sidewall. Another save, but for how long as Jarku has to be positioned on the goal line, ready to get that touch. Dropping down, Rapids are back into the mix. Popped up there by Alanis once again. And we'll have to get this goal line clear, as MPB are finding themselves under immense pressure here from Chrome Yuki. They're looking to circle. It only feels like a matter of time. Rapids are reset past 1. Looks to try and do what he can. But that's a shot, and that's a shot that won't be saved. The pressure can continue. The pressure can continue to boil over. And we see it reach boiling point finally here, Beeping Sheep. As Wizzy, an amazing shot into the back of the net to put Bean down here already in game number 2.
That's the thing. I mean, poor old MPB, they're just trying to simmer, but for the sake of Yuki, they put the lid on and just caused the whole thing to foam over. They open up the scoring once again, and okay, I'd say unanswered goals. I forgot MPB did score last game, so there's not been many, but for the sake of, I suppose, field domination, it's been, relatively, or very relatively on the side of Yuki right now as Wizzy. Good control now, off the ceiling, Verify waiting late. Wasn't a challenge though in the end, as Crisp just takes that corner boost away just to make life even worse for the likes of Bean. Alanis now versus Rapizer. Rapizer does win the 50 though, and now Crisp's good shot, but follow-up coming in now. Verify completely fakes out there. Mind games once again from Yuki, and they are here to play.
They absolutely are. It's 2-0 here on the Temple for Chrome Yuki, as they are looking to put MPB Bean 6 feet under at the end of this series, and 2 minutes and 10 seconds away from being halfway to doing just that. MPB, we need to see something, and maybe it'll come from Jarku in the skies, but no, it's down the other side. It's Lanis who can't quite make contact. Verify touch out to the side, but MPB as a whole, it feels like more than anything, are just fighting for survival, and Crisps is looking to dish out the double.
Very nearly manages it as well, but good patience there from the goalie to stop it from being worse than it already has been. Now a reset comes in from Verify, almost looks to make it a second. Alanis following up the challenge there, but Wizzy can just take all the time in the world. He knows that there's not all too much, like going for the pogo as well, because why not? Throwing all the mechs out there, making Bean even more scared than they are already. As we've seen, there's just been a little bit of a change of pace. Now Bean finally starting to throw themselves at the ball, at the very least. We are seeing a bit more of the Yuki side of the field now. Jarku, of course, laying up a shot there. Now Verify going for the follow. Flip reset double. Can he land it? Yes, he can. Verify, the goal scorer once again for Bean.
Verify, you can talk about mechs. He's got all of them. Reset to the back wall. Double tap into the back of the net. 2 players not able to find it. An MPB showing a sign of survival. But what can they do with that lifeline that they've been given there by Verify? Let's see. Center circle again as Chrome Yuki look to get the attack going, and immediately, so many times today here, Beeping Sheet, we've talked about MPB having a moment of magic and immediately, you know, concede straight after on the kickoff, you know, 10 seconds after the kickoff. It doesn't last very long, and it looks like that could be the case again as they already find themselves back under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose in terms of magic, they have got their wizard in, you know, in Verify. He can absolutely do anything he wants, but of course, it's a bit difficult when you're under pressure as immense as this from Yuki once again, as Wizzy just forcing Jarko out into a clear on 0 boost once again. Rapids are just taking the Rapids at this point, as Crisp's just going to drop that one down, but it's going to be staying once again in this MPB half. Wizzy maybe one more touch, drops it, but won't really come to anything. Crisp's just keeping that one, not letting them breathe at all. Poor old MPB. They get to find a goal. They're allowed one little highlight play, but any more than that, and it's, yeah, you don't even get a shot. It feels like ever since they've scored, it's just been watertight. In the entire Yuki half, they've just hardly let him have a breathe, have any sort of space, but maybe Verify at 0 is just going to get demoed. And there is just nothing you can do. They're so suffocating, Yuki.
They really are, and they go up 2-0 in this grand final, halfway to having another trophy next to the names of Rapids and Crisps, and I believe the first one there for Wizzy as well, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, you know, for these players, it's so good, right? Obviously, for Pids and Crisps here, it's the double off the back of last season. And, you know, for Crisps as well, it's joining the elite group of people who've been able to win 3 trophies in RSC. Nobody has ever been able to win 4. So technically, at the end of this, Crisps will find himself as one of the joint winningest players in all of RSC.
I like the way you put that as well, joint winningest.
Yeah.
I've never heard that term. That is a very fun term. But yeah, you're right. We're yet to find our
on 3 right now. So I believe the 9th.
We have a lot. What, you say 9 people on 3?
Well, at the end of this series, it could be. I don't know. There's a lot of people. Put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, we yet to find our Turbo Pulsar. To be fair, we need that 4-time champ. It couldn't be any of the ones we've had this season. Of course, RMD yesterday. We went for a shot.
Find out.
We'll see what happens.
Well, that's for another time. But for now, we're looking to add another player to the illustrious roster of people on those 3 trophies. It could be Crisps at the end of this. But who knows? But like you said, it couldn't have been any of the players who've already on it this season. Kincaid and RMD had their chance and weren't quite able to. And instead, it's now into game number 3, where we look to see if Bean can get themselves onto the board here in this grand final, or will it be the Chrome Yuki masterclass that we've continued to see time and time again here, not just in this grand final, but today as a whole? It's Rapids now looking to ground pinch this one past the last two defenders. Can't quite do it though, but the pressure will still cycle, and it's now Alanis in a 1v1 with Rapids who is just able to tap that one back out to the side and get right back on the attack here.
Yeah, so just continuing the same pattern as happened all series of Yuki. Finally, for the side of Bean, they do get a clear just to take a little bit off their shoulders so far, but Verify almost with a double touch there. Couldn't quite find the second nose. Jarko going to keep this one the halfway point right now. 50's Wizzy as well, but there's just no teammates there in the follow. The one time they do get the ball up and out, there's no second man there to follow because they're so used to just being sat deep in the entire series that, you know, it just feels like a pipe dream to even get an attack going, minus the 1 free goal they get given each game. But Verify clears that one outwards now towards Jarko. Alanis also just getting a little bit confused by both of her teammates, you know, positioning, I suppose, as well, all of them getting in a bit of a mix-up, but Verify going to take that one outwards and now force a Crisps, who's going to clear that one as well. Does beat Jarku now, as maybe a chance for Yuki to open up for the third game in a row. Appears her off the back wall towards Crisps, and was it ever in doubt? Yet again, some more link-up, more team plays, and this team is as complete of a team as you ever see in Master.
Yeah, it's Crisps who finds the opener here in Game 3 for Chrome Yuki. It is a beatdown here in the grand finals of the Master Tier, and it looks to continue its trajectory, as already the fake trying to be played there off the kickoff. Rapids will once again intervene, and Crisps to pop this one high over the top of Alanis, following up on his own touch. And Chrome Yuki, the pack of wolves that's been on the hunt for the whole season, now looks to feast on its prey here in the grand finals.
I've seen people in chat just saying, why is Crisps the best player ever? And yeah, I have the same question. Why is Crisps just the best player ever in this series? This guy, he can do no wrong, already scoring twice. Probably going to end up giving MPB a goal as well, and then this match will end 2-1, just to keep the pattern rolling, I suppose. But going to pass this one back towards his teammate now, as Rapids off the side. Well, could he go for it? Very nearly, going for the triple, finds the middle very nearly, but, you know, not quite. Falls to Wizzy now. Looking to drop that, but Alanis will be ready. Wizzy now. Back on the ball, looking for the bump as well on Verify. Verify does get a touch, though, even through all of that, so it could have been worse, but thankfully for Bean, it's not. But they're just, as said before, they're just getting choked out everywhere they go. There's no breathing room, there's no boost. There's no teammate link up the moment they do get a chance, and, well, to be honest, Taj, this could turn into a massacre.
It already is. It's a suffocation of a grand final, it really is, and we've seen, you know, a lot of blowouts in grand finals. This one is another one to add to the tally. The air dribble over the top of that final defender, who is being pushed out of the way by Rapids. And Jarku just cannot do anything as MPB Bean stand and watch as Chrome Yuki not just look to rob this grand final straight out from under their noses in one of the most dominant fashions RSC has ever seen, but also looking to take franchise of the season along with it.
Shades of 23 vitality, I feel like, for the sake of Chrome Yuki here.
Yeah.
There's no stopping them, and poor old MPB. I'm running out of words at least to describe them here. They look shell-shocked in a way, just from the barrage of everything that Yuki have been doing to them. Maybe Verify is just gonna try and find anything at all, but no, once again, it's just the same old pattern. There is no teammate ready for it, and every single player on Yuki just seems faster right now. There's 2 on the ball, and they already beat you. Even if they do get demoed, they still manage to beat you to the ball, maybe. Alanis can find anything here. Crisps is last man, though. Just getting the clear out. Now Verify finds a very fun reset there. Nothing comes of it, but, oh, almost found the touch there. Maybe that was just something that they could have looked for, but the thing is, though, for the likes of 2 of these players, like Alanis and Jarko, are yet to get on the score sheet yet in this grand final. It's tough out there for them. They're being hunted down like prey, it feels like, but they do finally manage to get a break in the play here. As I say that, though, yet another attack beginning. Crisp with yet another shot. Alanis with another save now, but Verify over 1. Looks to go into the middle. Jarku drop it down very nearly, and they're starting to get ideas. They may be down 3-0, but I will give them credit, Hodge, to the fact that they just don't give up, because why would you?
Yeah, they really don't. They continue to press, continue to push, and it's still not able to really find them any merit here. This ball, it's that side wall as Alanis will put on the pressure, and Jarku's going to look to try and shoot this one, and will find it here for MPB Bean. So a goal found, but at this point, how much does one goal get you? The answer is absolutely nowhere.
Exactly. They're still in the same spot as they were, well, before they scored this goal virtually, so they're going to need a miracle off the kickoff here, maybe. I know I say it every single series, but maybe we'll find a kickoff strat of sorts. It's not looking like it. Although, with that being said, maybe from Yuki there. Crisp touch off the backboard, goes towards Rapids. Alan is there to chase, but Rapids are just too quick on this occasion. Now Verify off the wall towards Wizzy now. Not exactly what he would have wanted to do, but going to stay 3-1. Verify just blocking that one out. They need to find 2, though. They're looking to be 3-0 down in the series here. Maybe one more for the road. Verify forces the save, but you've got to take a timeout here, because for the sake of Beans, they're going to get fried if they're not careful, if they haven't been already.
Certainly so, and it will be the 3-0 up situation game state for the side of Chrome Yuki as they are looking to absolutely destroy this grand final. They already have, but now it just needs a finishing touch, and 5 minutes away now it feels like from Chrome Yuki being not just the champions of the Master Tier, but also very, very likely, and obviously we can't confirm anything here as casters, very, very likely Chrome as franchise of the season.
Very, very likely indeed, but of course we'll have to see, because remember what you said. I know how dominant it is, and this is a bit of a stretch, but remember when you said anything can happen? They would need the greatest timeout ever called, which they're not taking, by the way. They're just going to hop straight into game number 4 on their final legs. They're just going to go straight into it. But anything happen? If say they got, I don't know, 2 goals to kick this game off, could we maybe just see a little bit of a turn in the tide?
Well, we'll have to find out. I think that's a big ask from this point forward, but now a reverse sweep needed here from MPB Bean to try and hold on from this point. It feels inevitable, and we've had many coronations on the Coliseum this season. Maybe it's time for another one. Game number 4, Utopia Coliseum. A chance now for Chrome Yuki to cement their name into RSC history, and maybe it comes from a defensive early dig out as MPB look to find some early pressure. It's Crisps who finds that first challenge, and Rapids are immediately with that follow-up. Alanis, sidewall, back to the midfield. Jarku now in the Dominus. You don't see this a lot in the Master Tier, but big moments, big stages call for big switch-ups and big changes, and at this point, I feel like the have fun strategy is all you can ask for.
Oh, it's the best strategy to have because, well, if you've had fun, at the very least, top 2 and having fun is not bad, right? It is not a bad thing to go out on at all. I mean, we haven't got MPB cam, so we can't see that they're laughing, but I'd like to imagine that they are because, well...
You think so? After the murder that we're witnessing, you think they're laughing?
Well, I mean, you remember, it's a bit of a stretch, but you remember Full Major 2021, NRG were getting dismantled and everybody started laughing and they started playing well. I think the laugh arc may be the meta here. If you get cams from MPB, but obviously that's a fantasy. We don't have cams from MPB, and the good news is, the good news was that it was 0-0, but Wizzy will change that.
Yeah, Wizzy will indeed change that, and Verify can't get a touch. Alanis not quite back in time. Wizzy essentially just drives it into the back of the net here and gives Chrome Yuki the lead here already. Wrap it up, get it done, Chrome Yuki champions.
Like, I mean, yeah, it's virtually a formality, let's be completely real. They're going to find another goal. I just want Crisp to score because I've got a certain line for that, but of course we may have to wait for the time being. His other teammates being too greedy, I suppose, whatever, you know. No, they're playing really well as a team, though, in all fairness, but Alanis, Jarku in middle, I suppose. Can't you make anything happen? Actually, that is a very, very good pass, but unfortunately, Jarku just couldn't quite trust it enough because of the fact there was 2 defenders there. Verify, of course, making them look a lot better now. I mean, I will give it to Bean. They're really putting a bit more on the plate this game, but Rapids are almost shooting that one top bins now. Of course, only 1-0, thankfully, so the game is still in the balance for the sake of Bean, but They will need something anytime soon if they are going to have anything at all. Don't forget they have scored in every game so far, so it's not out the question. They just need to, well, ideally answer before it gets any worse.
Certainly so. It's a massive road back from this point here. Will be Rapida who gets that first touch. Verify to catch that ball and look to follow up his own touch there. Over to Jarku, who hasn't quite got that read right, and Crisp just beats him to it. Rapida hanging around on this back wall, waiting for a second touch, but will be blocked out, will be denied. We'll be back over to the midfield where Chrome Yuki are looking to put together this passing play. We find ourselves at 2.5 minutes left on this clock here, Beeping Sheep, and 2.5 minutes that Chrome Yuki are just going to look to stall out, look to pile on the pressure, look to do what they've done this entire series, this entire playoff, this entire season here. And it's worked wonders for them.
It has absolutely worked wonders for them. I mean, in this final game, even wasting time at 1-0, you can't call it Arteta ball because at the very least they're still attacking. So, you know, there's that still going for them. They're still trying to find more goals. They're still trying to make it look worse for the side of Bean. Is Wizzy going to touch that one sideways? Crisp looking for the teammate once again. They're going for passing plays now. Going for bump plays as well, just for the sake of it. It's a fake out as well. Jarku just completely trembling. Crisp tying up the shot. Straight back towards Rapida. Straight back towards the bar. The fourth man finally coming in handy. A good defender there for Bean. But it's going to be too little. They're still 1-0 down, but the attack is still going for Yuki.
It certainly is. 1-0 up here. Maybe make it 2. Chris played that fake to perfection. Oh my goodness. Crisp is turning them to dust here. Here on the Coliseum. 2-0. Chrome Yuki making to look it 4-0 overall in the series score and walk away as champions. 1 minute and 20 seconds away from taking trophies next to their names once again.
Listen, if I was a Bean player, I would absolutely be contracting partner-nomocophobia after this. I would never look at a pack of crisps ever again as he adds another one to the tally. It's 3-0 now for Yuki. The coronation's beginning. Crisps wants the third, Rapida wants the second, Wizzy wants the first. They're gonna get this title. It is virtually decided. But that popcorn goal explosion must just leave something awful in the minds of Bean, having seen it so much.
We'll have a look at those cameras. Rapida's waving goodbye to MPB Bean. And in a minute's time, we'll be all three be saying hello to those trophies that go next to their names. And Chrome could very well, on the award stream, be saying hello to Franchise of the Season. We'll have to find out. That one's for a later date, but this one is for right now and right here. 45 seconds away from glory.
Close enough. Welcome back, Vitality, right? I mean, They've been, as you said, they've been putting this display on all season. The only thing missing is that, you know, Zen sub up halfway through, but they don't need it. Everybody's Zen in this case. They've got 3 Zens on the field. Crisp with another fake. Very nearly trying the same idea again. He's just having fun at this point. I tell you what, the fun arc is working for them. Maybe it'll be 4. Final 15 seconds. Wizzy just trying to block out anything from Alanis. Fun Police have arrived. The coronation's here. It will be Yuki, champions of Master. And whatever happens with this play from Jarku, at the end of it all, we know who's got the spoils. Pids has stopped playing, and we know who's got the trophy. Congratulations to Chrome Yuki. Congratulations to Crisps, Wizzy, and Rapida. You deserve it, because what a performance, Arch.
Absolutely. What a performance here from Chrome Yuki as they sweep MPB Bean once again, just like they did in that upper finals, to crown themselves RSC 17 Master Champions. The back-to-back for Rapida and Crisps, and the trophy here for Wizzy as well. What an exceptional performance here from the best team that RSC has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, it really did show the best RSC had to offer, because I couldn't find a fault with them all series, I suppose. Look at these series stats right here. 3 goals from MPB, 10 goals from Chrome, but that big highlight there, 40 shots, 10 shots per game, 64% field domination as well. That may be one of the most one-sided series I think we've ever seen.
Certainly so. It definitely is. But now we've got to look at who made the difference in this grand final and talk about our series MVP. Let's have a look and see who it is, because everybody played crazy, but it was Crisps who absolutely made the difference there. We talked about him. Everybody in chat was very hot on this guy for the entire of today, the entire series, the entire grand final. For very good reason here, Sheep, and that's because this guy just put on a masterclass.
He did, in fact, put on a show as well. I mean, everything he touches turns to gold, as the last 2 seasons have showed. 2 seasons, 2 trophies, of course. Last season with Nate, this season with Chrome. And with a performance like that in the grand finals, it's difficult to see how he doesn't deserve to be a champion. Although, being realistic, you could have really given it to absolutely anybody on the side of Chrome in that final series. But Crisps, I mean, what a guy.
Yeah, what a guy indeed. What a team this Chrome Yuki side has been, and it's throughout this whole season. But now they get to crown themselves champions officially, and now we're going to get to talk to them in a second. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have your champions, Chrome Yuki, for an interview.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Can you feel it? It's that feeling you get when community comes together to create something big. Can you see it? Hundreds of people wanting to be the next up and the first ones there. Can you hear it? The sound of fans clapping, chanting, experiencing. It's about time this group got together, don't you think? This autumn, RSC Landemonium returns, and we are going bigger and better than ever before. £1,000 prize pool, as well as giveaways to win on the day.
Oh no! Goes for the bump. He leaves Ols out of the way, and that's Councillor Sir taking game 1.
The Red Bull gaming sphere in London will once again feel the power, the energy, and the noise that the RSC community can bring.
Away by Frank, now looking for the redirect from Matrix. Oh my goodness, he's got it! Oh, Matrix, that's outstanding! What on earth has happened there?
Mark your calendars, September 19th, we'll see you there.
Well, we just had a coronation and now it's time for an interview here. We are joined by Chrome Yuki, the Master RSC 17 champions. Sheep, I mean, what a final that we just watched, not for an entertainment perspective, but one of the most dominant things I think I've ever witnessed in RSC. I think everybody would certainly agree with that one. And we've got the players here. I did say to them that if they won, I'd get the Chrome jersey out. So there you go, Stones. Hope you're happy. There you go, Ozzy. Hope you're happy. But No, I mean, it was a great run from Chrome throughout that upper bracket, and I think it's only right that we get the chance to talk to them here and now. Before we do that, though, let's quickly have a look at the bracket and see their journey that they went on throughout the day. Sheep, do you want to run us through it quickly?
Yeah, of course. I mean, well, for Yuki especially, dropped 2 games this entire playoffs, both of those against Nexus Prime to kick off the day. And then from that point, they just never looked back, really. Face being 4-0, and waited an hour, face being 4-0. So simple as, really, for the likes of Yuki. And I suppose, who better to tell us than the players, the FMs, to really just talk us through on how well they did, I suppose. So we could just run up the master graphic right here, so everyone can do their trophy checks as well, as we do end up going into an announcement.
That feeling you get when community comes.
Are we? Never mind, we're not watching the video. Okay, we're all over the place here. To be fair, it's been a long day for Raid, and I know he's pretty sick, so it happens. But we do get the chance to now talk to our master champions, Chrome, Yuki, and yeah, first of all, I've got to come to both Crisps and Rapida. You can both answer this one. What's it like to be back-to-back champions of RSC? You guys did it last season in both the Master and the Elite tiers, and now here standing at the top again in the Master tier in RSC 17.
Okay, I'll go first. It feels great, you know. I can just trophy check pretty much everyone in the thing, so that's always nice. But it was a good experience, to be honest, because coming from Elite this season was like a massive step up, and my teammates were just brilliant, you know, coaching me and just helping me improve as a player, to be honest.
Yeah, like, you know, winning back-to-back, beating all the carry allegations, like, it doesn't take strategy to make me win. It's just as simple as that. You're going to have to give me a bigger bonus if you don't want the 4th time.
It's quite funny, actually, because people were saying in chat the entire grand finals that you were the one carrying the whole thing, so what a switch up that is.
Yeah, simple as that.
Good message to put out there as well, in case anyone is still doubting. Just have a rewatch of the VOD and then let us know your thoughts. But of course, now a question towards Stones in the franchise management. So your franchise, of course, in this season of playoffs made 3 grand finals, and won 2 of them. So, of course, behind the scenes, just wondering, what made your franchise so well run this season?
Ronan. To be honest with you, I had to shout at that guy. He's carried our franchise all season. You know, myself having some personal stuff to deal with. He's been top. The same with Pairs, you know, they're both together, like the dynamic duo, you know, they have been for a long time, and bringing them on was the best thing I ever did. But yeah, I mean, I can't take anything away from the players. These guys especially dominated the whole season, went unchanged from draft, and yeah, I couldn't ask for a better master team to see out the season. But yeah.
Yeah, it's always lovely, of course. Even like when you do these draft seasons and you end up from the start to the end completely unchanged and just go on to win it all, you know, it's a sign of doing especially well as a franchise, and doing that in, well, maybe not the same thing, but doing at least a grand finals run in 3 different tiers. You know, as you said, it's very special. But you know, so big congrats to that, of course, in general, and for Charlie, for Academy, for this especially, because this was an absolute coronation. But next question, of course, towards, I suppose we haven't asked Wizzy one yet. So everybody on the team, right, was busting up the mind games throughout this grand finals. Like there was absolutely no nerves whatsoever. So I just wondered, how do you all stay so composed?
I don't know, actually. We just play. I don't know, actually. We just play composed all the time. We just play chill.
Frame the quote there. We just play. It's
we don't think too much. We just play the game. Play one goal at a time, one game at a time.
Best thing to do, it certainly is. And you know, another player who did just play a little bit less than you guys, but still found amazing impact on the team, was of course Cena here. Cena, what's it been like to be, you know, the sub for these guys? They've immediately, before we went back to live here, said that you are the best sub in the tier by a mile. And I mean, what's it been like playing under them?
I've been loving it, honestly. They are a really good group of people. They are amazing, honestly. The vibes are always amazing. And I'm gonna be fully honest, for like the last month I've been loving the bench. But yeah, they're like 3 demons, and I would love to compete with them. And I did for a bit, but I just can't keep up, honestly. But they are amazing, and I'm so happy to be with them on the team.
Well, over again to Wizzy now. I want to come and just ask, I mean, obviously it's the first trophy for yourself here in RSC. What was the journey like from the start of the season to get to this point? I mean, obviously you guys finished first in the league play, but, you know, was there ever a bit of a stumble, or was it just smooth sailing the entire time? What was it like playing with these guys, and, you know, just the journey across the entire season?
I mean, we didn't really have any issues. It went well from the start, really. It was just like my PC. I had some PC issues, so Sina had to step in a couple of series, you know. But other than that, no, it just went well, I guess. Everything.
Okay, scenario then, to be honest. It's what you want in a team, and it seems to be, well, I say it seems to be, it has paid off for you. First in league play, not dropping a series, dropping only 2 games individually in playoffs, so I suppose this one goes out to anybody. This is for absolutely everyone. Have you got any shout outs? Have you got any more things to say? Any specific people you want to thank?
I'll go last because I got a bit of a list. So.
I can pick it up first, just quickly to get out of the way. I just want to shout out these guys. Shout out every team under Chrome this season. It's been a debut season to remember, and yeah, we couldn't ask for it. And also shout out to RSC for just putting, trying new things. It's a 5-week season. I know not everyone's agreed with it, but yeah, it's. For us, we can't complain. But yeah, no, production, everyone in the back end, just yeah, thank you for putting on a great season, and yeah, looking forward to the next one.
I'll give a shout out to Fish. You know, he's always been there for me, been a great friend for ages, many years, and like his support has really helped me get through it.
I want to give a shout out to Sina for stepping in when I didn't have a PC. Really great guy, great player as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to shout out Wizzy as well for giving me the opportunity to play. No, but in all seriousness, I love my team. I would like to shout them all out. I would like to shout out also Alanis, because she's my RLCS teammate, and she was playing for the other team, but it's kind of unlucky. In my eyes, she played well, but this team was really strong. And I'd like to shout out one of my big friends that is also a coach, Beyond. He's been helping me out a lot on my personal stuff and all about the game as well. So yeah.
Aye. Okay. Get ready. Okay.
Shout out
my parents, Caldi and Exile. You know, they're my parents. Thank you to my teammates, Chris and Wizzy. You know, Chris really helped me improve throughout this whole season. Okay, thank you to the real bombers. Shout out Raf, Marcus, Tom, Miles, Tom again, Ahmed, Rob, Oscar, Rilo, and DR. Shout out Alpha and Kyron, you know, all the RCS teammates there. Their support is always appreciated. Shout out Cena, you know, he's a great sub. And shout out Kizzy for really helping us to confirm the first place when teammates PC just combusted, whatever. Shout out to the franchise manager Stones, especially for picking me pick 15 in round 1. That's a pretty bold move. Shout out to the casters, Hodge, Danny, and Sheep. You know, I always win when they cast me, so yeah, shout out them. And shout out Raids, you know, the stream was actually a lot more watchable, so thank you for that.
That was quite the list. Always, a very I don't know what the best way of describing you, Rapids. A very electric personality in the RSC space is probably the best way of putting it. But yeah, it's great to talk to you guys. I've got one more question for Rapidzer actually here. I asked you this last season: Prime Symbiotes or Prime Brave? And now I'm going to ask you again. You said last season Prime Brave was better. What about Prime Chrome?
I mean, that's a really tough question. Probably Prime Brave. Probably Prime Brave. You know, I think they sweep this team. To be honest, like it's actually easy. Literally sweep, full DBI gameplay, and yeah, Prime Brave all the way.
Let's get a show match going at some point. We'll have a Rapids and Mirror bot on the other team. We'll get it worked out. But yeah. No, thank you very much for taking the time to chat to us, guys. It's been amazing to watch you perform throughout the day, throughout the season, and then congratulations to the Chrome franchise management once again here for an incredible season, not just in Master, but all throughout the 6 tiers of RSC. A wonderful debut season as a franchise. So I think that's going to be it here for us from the interview side of things, Beeping Sheep. But yeah, we've got a couple of things to say before we close things out. And it starts with a little bit of last, thoughts for this one. What did you make of today as a whole day?
Well, I'm glad it wasn't as long as some of the other nights have been. I'm sure Raids is equally as glad as well, because of course we've had some late ends to some of these with, well, especially the likes of rival bracket resets and everything, 2 Game 7s and that. But no, it's very nice of Yuki to get this one done as fast as possible. It was a very eventful day as well. We had from elite sub-ups, upsets I'm not too sure, minus the elite sub-ups. So I suppose we had a couple. We had a couple close series as well, the likes of Virtus v Tempest and Beam v Berserkers. We had some absolute blowouts, most notably the grand final and the upper finals. And in all fairness, it was entertainment, Hodge, that's what it was.
It certainly was, and what a way to put the final stamp on RSC 17. It's been a wonderful, wonderful season, and obviously we've got loads of things happening. We've obviously just announced the LAN happening in September, only about an hour ago. Go back and watch the VOD for that, and I'm sure the clip will play after we close things out here as well. But yeah, stay tuned for announcements. We've got OSL happening. We've got RSC 18 just around the corner with the legacy format. So a lot on the horizon here for RSC, but for now, it's been it from Beeping Sheep. It's been it from myself. We'll see you all very, very soon. Have a great rest of your evening.
Can you feel it? It's that feeling you get when community comes together to create something big. Can you see it? Hundreds of people wanting to be the next up and the first ones there. Can you hear it? The sound of fans clapping, chanting, experiencing. It's about time this group got together. Don't you think? This autumn, RSC Landemonium returns, and we are going bigger and better than ever before. £1,000 prize pool, as well as giveaways to win on the day.
Oh no! For the bump! He leaves Ols out of the way, and that's comes to the Sir taking game 1.
The Red Bull gaming sphere in London will once again feel the power, the energy, and the noise that the RSC community can bring.
Away by Frank, now looking for the redirect from Matrix. Oh my goodness, it's it! Oh, Matrix, that's outstanding! What on earth has happened there?
Mark your calendars, September 19th, we'll see you there.
This isn't just merch. It's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been.